On a dark and quiet night, Hannah found herself alone in her living room, scrolling through videos on her phone after dinner. Suddenly, an unsettling event unfolded that sent chills down her spine, leaving her utterly shaken.
Hello?
Out of nowhere, a frightful creak echoed through the wood, hinting that someone or something was stealthily making its way across the floor. Her dog felt an unsettling presence and began barking fiercely, more aggressively than ever before. As Hannah cautiously made her way toward the stairs, an eerie sound pierced the silence, footsteps barreling down toward her. In that chilling instant, terror gripped her, and she bolted from the house without a second thought. Hannah found herself utterly isolated that night, and she is convinced that the events that unfolded were anything but ordinary, that maybe her house was now a dwelling for spirits. What are your thoughts on this? Diving is often described as one of the most serene and meditative experiences a person can have, offering a silent escape into a world of weightless tranquility. However, that peace can be shattered in an instant if you find yourself staring into the cold, dead eyes of a legendary cinematic killer. At the bottom of the Louise mine pit in Crosby, Minnesota, divers have been capturing footage of a discovery that looks like a frame pulled directly from a high-budget horror film. Deep beneath the surface, a life-size statue of Jason Voorhees, the iconic antagonist of the Friday the 13th franchise, stands chained to the lake bed, waiting in the freezing, murky darkness for any unsuspecting swimmer to cross his path. You see the profile picture in those that have been with me for a while, knows I'm a huge Jason Voorhees fan. When video of this underwater slasher first surfaced on social media and Reddit, the reaction was explosive. In just 3 short days, views on the original dive footage skyrocketed from 160,000 to nearly 400,000 as people across the globe struggled to comprehend what they were seeing. The figure did not look like a cheap plastic decoration or a clean movie prop. Instead, it appeared genuinely decayed. Years of submersion had taken their toll, leaving the figure thin, skeletal, and heavily encrusted with a thick layer of algae, silt, and underwater grime. It truly looked like something that had been lurking in the depths for decades, biding its time. To understand how this nightmare ended up 112 feet deep in the Minnesota wilderness, you have to look at the history of the location itself. The lake where Jason resides isn't actually a natural body of water. Crosby is situated on the old Kayana Iron Range, one of the 3 primary iron mining regions that provided the essential metal used by the United States during both World Wars. Mining operations in the area began around 1911, but when metal prices crashed in the 1970s and 80s, these massive open pits were simply abandoned. Once the industrial pumps were turned off, natural springs began to flood the craters, transforming them into deep, crystal clear but hauntingly cold underwater sites. Today, these pits are frequently used by specialized diving schools for advanced training. Over time, it became a tradition for local divers to decorate the bottom of the Louise pit. Other explorers had previously sunk plastic skeletons, a statue of a mermaid, a sunken sailboat, and even a discarded snowmobile to give students something interesting to find. But in 2013, a man named Doug Klein decided to take the concept to an entirely new level. Doug, an electrician from Princeton, Minnesota, and a seasoned diver with over a decade of experience in the Louise pit, grew up during the golden age of 1980s slasher films. As he put it, that era was when he felt the coolest, and the image of Jason Voorhees at the bottom of a lake was a perfect fit for his hobby. Doug built the entire Jason figure from scratch using a mix of common household items and thrift store finds. The frame was constructed from plywood and 2x4s, while the body mass was created by wrapping layers of bubble wrap around the wood. He topped it off with a borrowed mannequin head, $30 worth of thrift store clothes, the signature hockey mask, and, of course, a machete to complete the terrifying ensemble. However, the actual deployment of the statue nearly defeated him. Because of the enormous amount of air trapped in the bubble wrap, the figure was incredibly buoyant. Doug described the struggle, noting that the statue wanted to act like a stand-up paddleboard rather than a sinking wave. During the descent, tragedy nearly struck, or at least a very funny disaster. As Doug was using cinder blocks and a lift bag to guide Jason toward a deep drop-off, a rope snapped at 112 feet. Released from its anchors, the buoyant killer shot toward the surface like a Polaris missile. Doug admitted his only thought at the time was a prayer that there wasn't a kayaker or someone on an inner tube directly above, as a sighted Jason Voorhees breaching the water at high speed would have likely caused a heart attack. It took 8 grueling hours of labor, but Doug finally managed to lock Jason down with heavy iron chains. Over the years, the immense water pressure at those depths has compressed the bubble wrap inside the suit, giving the figure the gaunt, skeletal appearance that makes the camera footage so disturbing today. While Doug occasionally visits to wipe the grime off Jason's eyes so he can still see his visitors, he intentionally leaves the rest of the algae buildup to enhance the horror. Divers now travel from as far as Washington State and California just to catch a glimpse of the Minnesota Machete Man. Doug is simply happy that people enjoy the thrill, though he leaves us with a chilling thought. Jason is still down there, perfectly preserved by the cold, waiting for the day someone dives down and finds his chains empty. Elaine Bruno first appeared on YouTube around 2012, uploading simple content like vlogs, comedy skits, and everyday lifestyle videos. His channel wasn't especially popular at the time, and most of the videos only reached small audiences. Still, he continued posting regularly for the next few years, mostly just enjoying the process of recording and sharing pieces of his life online. What he didn't know was that one day, his camera would end up capturing the most terrifying moment he'd ever experienced. That moment happened near the end of May 2015. Elaine had set up his camera to record another casual video, just like he had countless times before. At first, everything seemed normal, but partway through filming, he began to feel a strange and uncomfortable pain spreading across his chest and shoulders. At the time, he didn't realize what was happening. He thought it might just be muscle pain or fatigue. In reality, he was experiencing the early stages of a heart attack. As the video continued, the pain quickly became worse. Elaine could be seen rubbing his chest and shoulders, clearly trying to relieve the pressure building in his body. He began struggling to breathe, pausing frequently as the discomfort intensified. Despite his attempts to ignore it, the symptoms continued getting stronger. Eventually, the situation became critical. At one point, Elaine nearly passed out in his bathtub, dangerously close to losing consciousness while surrounded by water. The exhaustion and pain were overwhelming, but somehow he managed to gather enough strength to pull himself out of the tub. Even after doing that, he nearly collapsed again just moments later on the bathroom floor. What made the situation even more dangerous was the fact that he was completely alone in the house. If no one had come home, there was a very real chance that he might not have survived. But in what many people later described as incredible luck, his roommate happened to return home earlier than expected that day. The moment the roommate realized something was wrong, he immediately called 911. Emergency responders arrived and Elaine was rushed to the hospital where doctors were able to stabilize him. Thanks to that quick response, he survived the heart attack and eventually recovered. After some time, he even returned to YouTube and continued posting videos. While Elaine was fortunate enough to survive, his story highlights highlights just how serious heart attacks can be. Around the world, millions of people suffer heart attacks every year, and many do not survive them. What makes them especially frightening is how suddenly they can occur. One moment, you might be going about a completely normal day, working, relaxing, or even filming a video, when suddenly your body begins to shut down. During a heart attack, the heart muscle begins to lose its supply of oxygen-rich blood, often because of a blockage in the arteries. As that oxygen supply disappears, the muscle starts to suffocate. This creates the intense pressure many people describe as a crushing weight on the chest, often spreading through the shoulders, arms, neck, or back. Breathing can become difficult, and no matter how deeply someone tries to inhale, it may feel like the air isn't enough. Survivors often say the physical pain is only part of the experience. The most terrifying part can be the sudden feeling of dread, an overwhelming sense that something is very wrong. In many cases, the body recognizes the danger before the mind fully understands what's happening. Although modern medicine has improved survival rates, heart attacks remain extremely dangerous, especially when help doesn't arrive quickly. Early medical treatment can make the difference between survival and tragedy, which is why symptoms like severe chest pain, pressure, shortness of breath, or sudden weakness should always be taken seriously. Elaine Bruno's experience serves as a powerful reminder how unpredictable these medical emergencies can be. One ordinary moment turned into a life-threatening crisis, and the only reason he survived was because someone happened to arrive home at exactly the right time. On Tuesday, February 17, 2026, at approximately 3:43 in the afternoon, officers for the Webster Police Department, along with Webster EMS and members of the Webster Fire Department, responded to a report of a serious accident in the parking lot of an Advanced Auto Parts store on East Main Street. Dispatchers informed responders that a man had become trapped underneath a vehicle that had fallen on top of him. When emergency personnel arrived at the scene, they quickly located the victim in the parking lot. The situation was critical. The man's upper body was pinned beneath the vehicle, and he appeared to be unconscious. According to officers on scene, he was unresponsive and not breathing when they first reached him.
You guys able to move that jack?
Yeah, I don't have a jack.
Sir? Yeah. Sir, you with me? Sir? Sir? Where's the jack? Somebody go inside and grab a f***ing jack.
I told him give me the jack.
Anybody know how to use this fucking thing?
I told him to give me the jack.
Sir, hang on.
Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Officer Nicholas Caruso immediately ran into the nearby store and retrieved a car jack that could be used to lift the vehicle. Time was critical, and first responders needed to free the man as quickly as possible. Using the jack along with assistance from other emergency personnel, they carefully lifted the vehicle enough to relieve the pressure, trapping the victim underneath.
Even if we lift it up, it's just gonna fall back down on him. Hey, can you guys try and lift it up, pull him?
I'll call 1-3-10 minutes to give me the jack.
Units responding to 107 East Main Street. The person is not responsive.
Sir!
Trapped under the vehicle.
Hey, it's the police. Can you hear me? Can you move your fingers if you can hear me? Anyone got a block? I don't want this to roll. Do you have a block? So I don't want this to roll when we lift it. A block?
Block up the parking lot this side.
Don't block right down the back of my truck.
Yeah, please, thank you.
Does he work here or is he no? Okay. That's my brother-in-law. He called me to come over here. Come over here. So I can't pay him.
He hasn't been responding. They're jacking this up right now, and I got a block on it.
He looks discolored.
You want me to yank him?
If we can pull him out, yes. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Got him?
Yeah.
You're walking around.
He had a little chunky jack over there. There's a, don't touch it, please. There's like a little thing, and it looks like when it slipped.
Once the vehicle was raised, officers and responders quickly pulled the man out from beneath it. In a moment that brought some relief to those on scene, the victim began breathing again shortly after he was freed. Emergency personnel immediately began assessing his condition while preparing him for transport to the hospital. Webster EMS transported the man to UMass Memorial Health, Harrington Hospital in Webster for initial assessment. Due to the nature of his injuries and the severity of the accident, he was later transferred to UMass Memorial Medical Center in Worcester for further evaluation and care. After speaking with witnesses and examining the area, investigators learned that the man had been working on his own vehicle in the parking lot. He had reportedly used his personal car jack to lift the vehicle so he could inspect the problem underneath. At some point during the inspection, the jack failed or slipped, causing the vehicle to suddenly drop. The weight of the vehicle came down on the man's chest, trapping him beneath it. Because he was working alone at the time, he was unable to free himself, which is why emergency services had been called. The quick response from officers, firefighters, and EMS personnel proved critical in preventing a much worse outcome. By locating a jack quickly and coordinating their efforts, responders were able to lift the vehicle and free the man before the situation became fatal. What began as a terrifying accident in a store parking lot ultimately ended with a victim recovering in the hospital, thanks to the rapid response and coordinated efforts of those who arrived to help. A creepy video has been making the rounds online lately, and it spreads fast across social media, but no one seems to know where it originally came from. The clip appears to have been filmed in a graveyard during a funeral. A large group of people can be seen standing around quietly, the mood heavy and uneasy from the start. At first, nothing seems unusual. It looks like a normal burial service, then the moment takes a disturbing turn. A man suddenly loses his balance and falls straight into the open grave. But there is one strange detail that people didn't notice right away. When the footage is replayed, it looks like a hand reaches up, grabs the man by the shoulder, and pulls him down into the grave. What makes it even more unsettling is that the grave appears to be completely empty. No one is visibly inside. Since the original source of the video has never been confirmed, there's been no verified explanation for what actually happened. That's what makes the clip so unsettling. No one knows whether it shows something real, a trick of the camera, or something edited to look far more disturbing than it really was. Every day on our highways, we encounter drivers who make us question the very process of licensing, whether it's someone distracted by a smartphone, drifting aimlessly between lanes, or failing to check a blind spot before a high-speed merge. Human error is a constant companion on the road, but what happens when even the most diligent, focused drivers are stripped of their primary sense? What occurs when the world beyond your windshield simply ceases to exist? Imagine being suspended on a narrow strip of concrete, 24 miles of open, dark water beneath you, and suddenly the horizon vanishes into a wall of white. On the morning of December 17, 2024, this nightmare became a reality on the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway in Louisiana. The causeway is a marvel of civil engineering connecting the city of Metairie to Mandeville, stretching out roughly 24 miles across the vast expanse of Lake Pontchartrain. It holds the prestigious Guinness World Record for the longest continuous bridge over water in the entire world. The first span of this massive structure opened in 1956, with a second parallel span added in 1969 to accommodate growing traffic. It is a unique and unforgiving driving environment. For nearly its entire length, there are no shoulders to pull over on, no emergency turnouts, and absolutely no exits. Once you pass the toll plaza and commit to the bridge, you are locked into your path until you reach the other side, nearly half an hour later. On that particular Tuesday morning, thousands of commuters began their journey across the lake just as they had done thousands of times before. However, the atmosphere was shifting. A phenomenon known as sea fog began to roll off the cold lake waters with incredible speed. While the National Weather Service had already issued a marine dense fog advisory, few expected the visibility to deteriorate as sharply as it did. Within minutes, sightlines dropped to less than a tenth of a mile. For those trapped on the bridge, the car directly ahead was reduced to a pair of dim, ghostly red glows in a thick gray soup. The chaos began around 8:30 a.m. when the first collision occurred. Because the bridge lacks shoulders, a single stopped vehicle becomes an immovable wall for everyone behind it. What followed was a terrifying chain reaction that rippled across the structure. The bridge became a gauntlet of twisted metal with 6 separate clusters of pileups breaking out, 4 on the northbound side and 2 on the southbound span. In total, between 40 and 50 vehicles were caught in the carnage. Passenger cars were sandwiched between heavy trucks and a massive 18-wheeler jackknifed, blocking the entirety of the roadway. Some vehicles were so severely crushed that first responders had to use heavy-duty hydraulic tools, the jaws of life, to pry the victims from the wreckage. Witness accounts from the scene are harrowing. Gary Gassard, a driver who found himself stuck near the 11.8-mile marker, described the event as a domino effect of pure destruction. He noted that the fog was so dense he couldn't see more than a single block ahead. He recounted seeing multiple vehicles, including a massive big rig, collide with a deafening series of impacts that sounded like explosions echoing over water. Another survivor, truck driver Irene Goddard, spoke about her narrow escape with a sense of divine gratitude. She recalled driving through the haze, initially thinking the conditions were manageable, only to see a wall of brake lights suddenly appear. She slammed on her brakes just in time to watch the semi-truck ahead of her plow into a line of cars, pancaking a white sedan in front of her. Though her truck remained untouched, she was left shaking from the sheer scale of the violence she witnessed. The danger was so extreme that even a Causeway police officer who had arrived to help victims of the initial crash was rear-ended by another vehicle unable to stop in time. The bridge was completely shut down in both directions for over 7 hours as emergency crews worked to clear the mangled mess of debris and smoke. Remarkably, despite the severity of the impacts, no life-threatening injuries were reported among the 33 people hospitalized. However, the toll on property was immense, with at least 36 people requiring a full rescue because their cars were physically incapable of being moved from the site. Carlton Dufourchou, the Causeway's general manager, pointed to a specific reason why the day didn't end in mass casualties: a $100 million safety upgrade. In 2020, the bridge was outfitted with new reinforced guardrails designed specifically to keep vehicles from plunging into the lake. Dufourchou credited these rails with saving countless lives that morning, noting that several SUVs were found perched on the curb, prevented from falling into the freezing water only by the strength of the new steel. Since their installation, these rails have been hit 17 times, and in half of those cases, the vehicle would have likely gone over the side without them. Despite the structural success of the bridge, Dufourchou did not mince words when it came to driver behavior. He pointed out that while the fog was the catalyst, human error remained the primary cause of the scale of the disaster. Over 60% of the crashes on the Causeway every month are attributed to inattentive driving, and that morning was no different. Even in a world-ending fog, some drivers were simply going too fast or following too closely, a sobering reminder that on a 24-mile bridge over open water, your attention is the only thing truly keeping you safe.
Oh, poor lady.
This video captures a woman trapped inside an SUV sinking in the ocean. If she were alone, she'd be screwed, but there were bystanders nearby to help. Take a look.
Oh my God. It's tilted. Oh Lord. Oh God. Oh no, Jesus. No. Nate, move. Oh my God. Oh. The car is in the
Is the driver still inside?
Yes.
Okay. The driver's still inside, but the glass is broken.
Oh God.
Okay, it's now submerged. The victim, okay, she got out.
Oh my God. Oh, thank you, Lord. Did they get her out?
This woman has crazy luck because one of the bystanders was a Navy rescue swimmer. Praise the Lord indeed. I'm very happy this woman made it out alive. Not everyone gets this lucky in a situation like this. Get ready for some truly hair-raising footage captured by a network of security cameras in the Philippines. The video tracks a woman dressed in a vibrant red jacket as she moves along a quiet sidewalk, but the atmosphere quickly shifts from mundane to macabre.
Ito sa may Maligaya Street dyan. Yan ang mabuti sa mga lang ito. Ang tanya. Ayun, glitch doon. Masira yung CCTV natin. Kasi kay Sanchez yung CCTV, bakit yun? Wala yung ulo. Matingin ng bangka.
While the surrounding architecture and passing traffic stay perfectly in focus, the woman's head begins to shimmer and fade. Within seconds, it turns completely transparent and vanishes, leaving a headless figure walking through the frame. While skeptics might argue this is nothing more than a localized sensor failure or a digital artifact, the local community views it through the lens of a much more ominous tradition. In Filipino culture, there is a deeply rooted and frightening omen. Appearing without a head in a visual recording is a premonition of death. It is believed that when the physical form begins to lose its image in this way, the soul has already started its transition from the living world.
Ayun, no? Bilis. Ayun, nawala ng pera.
The true horror of this clip, however, is the tragedy that reportedly followed. Local accounts claim that just minutes after she passed those cameras, the woman was struck by a taxi that had lost control. The brutal collision proved fatal, fulfilling the headless prophecy with terrifying speed. Although the video has become a viral sensation across Southeast Asia, the original footage remains an anonymous mystery. Whether you believe it was a technical glitch or a supernatural warning, the sequence of events is undeniably haunting. On the afternoon of August 15, 2019, a series of powerful and volatile summer thunderstorms began to roll through Horry County, South Carolina. For the majority of local residents, this was merely another typical seasonal event, a heavy downpour to break the humidity. However, for a man named Romulus McNeil, it was about to become the most terrifying close encounter of his life. Every heart-stopping second of the ordeal was immortalized by a school security camera, providing a rare frame-by-frame look at the sheer power of nature. McNeil is a dedicated guidance counselor at the Academy for Technology and Academics located near Conway. Originally hailing from Baltimore, he had settled near the coastal beauty of Myrtle Beach. On that specific evening, the school had been bustling with activity as it hosted a back-to-school parent-teacher conference. By approximately 6:42 p.m., the event had concluded. The halls were emptying, and the parents had mostly departed. McNeil was among the final staff members to exit the building. While the rain had been pouring cats and dogs earlier, there was a brief lull in the storm. Seeing his chance, McNeil decided to make a quick dash to his vehicle. In a moment of eerie foreshadowing, he actually remarked to a colleague, "I hope I don't get struck by lightning," before stepping out into the damp air. What makes the resulting footage so incredibly jarring isn't just the lightning itself, but the terrifying speed at which it occurs. The security camera captures McNeil walking calmly down the sidewalk, an umbrella gripped in his hand, as he carefully navigates around deep puddles. Then, in a literal fraction of a second, the entire video frame erupts into blinding, brilliant white. A massive bolt of lightning strikes the grass just inches away from where he was walking. The luminosity is so overwhelming that the camera sensor nearly whites out entirely. In the immediate aftermath of the flash, the footage shows McNeil staggering violently. The concussive force of the strike causes him to drop his umbrella and hunch over as if he had been physically hit. For a few tense heartbeats, a viewer watching the recording might assume he has been killed or severely injured. However, the survival instinct kicks in almost instantly. McNeil straightens his posture, scoops up his discarded umbrella, and begins sprinting toward his car at full speed. The entire sequence from the strike to his flight unfolds in less than 2 seconds. McNeil later recounted the experience with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He described hearing a deafening big boom accompanied by a flash so bright it was disorienting. "I was just trying to get out of there as fast as I can," he told reporters. He explained that the strike jolted his entire system, leaving him momentarily dazed and physically shocked by the proximity of the electrical discharge. Ironically, he mentioned that at that exact moment, his only goal was to get home and have a quiet dinner. His principal, who happened to be watching the storm through the school's glass doors, witnessed the strike in real time and noted that the thunder and the lightning were perfectly simultaneous, indicating the hit was right on top of them. Adding to the mystery of the event, McNeil recalled seeing a completely separate lightning strike hit a store across the street just moments before the one that nearly took his life. He wasn't even certain if the two strikes were part of the same branching bolt or two entirely different discharges. Meteorologists and lightning experts who later reviewed the security footage frame by frame concluded that the bolt likely hit the patch of grass directly adjacent to the concrete sidewalk. One expert suggested that while it may not have been a direct hit to his body, it was close enough to send an induced electrical current through him. Interestingly, experts pointed to the fact that McNeil was able to drop his umbrella and then pick it up again as a sign of his incredible luck. Typically, when a human takes a direct hit of that magnitude, the muscles lock up in a state of tetany, making it impossible to release whatever they are holding. Because he was able to move at a quick pace immediately after the strike, it is believed he avoided the full lethal path of the current. The following day, McNeil shared the footage on Facebook, jokingly referring to it as his crazy experience and expressing profound gratitude that he was able to motor scoot away without any major injuries. This bone-chilling footage was captured by a television news crew during a live broadcast inside a morgue in Uruguay. The journalists had arrived to investigate reports of extreme neglect in a facility in a state of total disrepair as a reporter speaks to the camera, describing the horrific lack of maintenance and the overwhelming stench of decay filling the halls. The atmosphere takes a supernatural turn that no one expected.
Vengan a ver un poquito. ¿Vamos? Bueno, estamos en interiores de la morgue del Hospital de Clínicas, pues, y las condiciones en las que se son complicadas. Les invito a que vean estas imágenes.
Without any physical interference, the heavy lock on one of the doors behind the journalist begins to rattle and turn on its own. Moments later, the door creaks open into the dark room beyond. The reporter notices the movement immediately, but because he is on live television, he attempts to maintain his professionalism. He lets out a forced, nervous laugh to mask his mounting fear before cautiously continuing his report and stepping into the disastrous room. In later interviews, the journalist confessed that the facility was the most terrifying place he had ever stepped foot in. Many viewers and local residents believe that the combination of extreme neglect and the somber nature of the building has caused the morgue to become truly haunted. Whether it was a draft, a mechanical failure of the old lock, or something more inexplicable, the footage remains a disturbing piece of television history. Here's an incident where a truck driver believed the law didn't apply to him. Observe. This transpired in Mexico City, where the driver rammed into several cars and was believed to be under the influence. Observe the spinning cab all the way around the trailer. The man in front of the truck has the planet's survival instincts. The new claw mark scrapes on the white Mazda weren't part of the design. The driver was reportedly taken into custody soon after. Alcohol was verified. The evening of Monday, October 6, 2025 began as a typical autumn night in Sacramento. Shortly after 7 p.m., the city's arteries were flowing with commuters heading eastbound on Highway 50, most of them preoccupied with thoughts of dinner and decompression after a long day at work. The stretch of asphalt near the UC Davis Medical Center was moving smoothly, spared from the usual gridlock that often plagues the area. However, the mundane nature of the commute was about to be shattered. None of the motorists on the road that night could have predicted they were seconds away from witnessing a gripping aviation disaster, one that would put the bravery of 3 professionals and the selflessness of a dozen strangers to the ultimate test. The aircraft involved was an Airbus H-130, a sophisticated medical helicopter registered as N414RX and operating under the call sign Reach 5. It had just completed a vital patient transport and was idling on the rooftop helipad of the UC Davis Medical Center. With the patient safely in the hands of hospital staff, the crew prepared for a routine repositioning flight to McClellan Airfield, located about 25 miles away. This leg of the journey was supposed to be a short, uneventful hop over the city's skyline. On board were 3 highly seasoned veterans of public safety and medicine. Pilot Chad Millward, 60, a retired California Highway Patrol officer with nearly 3 decades of service and a recipient of the Governor's Medal of Valor. Flight paramedic Margaret D. Davis, 66, a former Marine, and flight nurse Suzanne Susie Smith, 67, a legendary figure in our field with 50 years of nursing experience. As Reach 5 lifted off and climbed to an altitude of approximately 500 feet, the mechanical heartbeat of the aircraft suddenly stopped. In an instant, the engine power vanished. The silence in the cockpit must have been deafening. Paramedic Davis reacted with military precision, broadcasting a mayday call over the company's flight guard frequency, a transmission that lasted only moments before the aircraft began its terminal descent. From the moment the power failed, the crew had only 11 seconds before impacting the Earth. In those fleeting, high-stakes seconds, Chad Millward relied on his decades of experience to manage an auto-rotation, a maneuver used to land a helicopter without engine power. His primary goal was to steer the falling aircraft away from the densely populated hotels, homes, and the crowded lanes of the freeway. The helicopter struck the ground with violent force, landing hard on its left side, directly in the eastbound lanes of Highway 50. The entire flight from takeoff to impact had lasted less than 60 seconds. Security and bystander cameras captured the immediate aftermath. A dust-lit freeway filled with rising smoke and the haunting glow of emergency lights cutting through the haze. The wreckage sat like a mangled monument in the middle of the road, its interior exposed to the elements. The violence of the crash was underscored by investigators later finding a portion of the main rotor blade embedded in the roof of a garage in a nearby residential neighborhood. While the cameras documented a tragedy, they also captured an extraordinary display of human compassion. Within seconds of the crash, more than a dozen motorists, everyday citizens who had been driving home, pulled over and ran toward the smoke. They didn't wait for the fire department. They became the first responders. Flight nurse Susie Smith was trapped beneath the heavy fuselage of the aircraft, and a rescue required immediate physical intervention. Sacramento Fire Captain Justin Sylvia later described the scene with awe, noting that he had to sequester the help of the civilians standing by. Together, this group of strangers used their collective strength to lift the massive helicopter just enough to pull Susie from the wreckage. All 3 crew members were rushed back to UC Davis Medical Center within 20 minutes of the accident. That night, Reach Air Medical Services released a somber statement confirming that their crew was undergoing emergency care. Susie's family also shared a message of hope, describing her as a tough and strong woman while offering their deepest gratitude to the everyday citizen heroes who risked their lives to lift the aircraft off her. It was a moment of profound communal spirit in the face of a terrifying disaster. Tragically, despite the heroic efforts of the bystanders and medical staff, Susie Smith passed away from her injuries 4 days later. On October 10, she was honored with a moving line-of-duty death ceremony at Red Bluff Municipal Airport, attended by colleagues who recognized her half-century of service to others. Chad Millward and Dee Davis survived the crash and were eventually discharged into rehabilitation facilities to begin their long recovery. As for the technical cause of the crash, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, issued a preliminary report confirming a total loss of engine power, but stopped shortly of identifying the mechanical or systemic failure responsible. A final determination is expected to take up to 2 years. After a tireless search, a man thought he had struck gold when he purchased a stunning home at an incredibly low price. His excitement was short-lived, however, as a dream house quickly transformed into a living nightmare. Just 1 month after moving in, inexplicable and chilling events began to plague the residence. The first unsettling occurrence took place late at night while he was simply relaxing and playing with his dogs.
The girls. Pow. Pow. Whatever. Let me get you a treat. Alright, wait. There it is. There you go. That's fucking weird.
In a scene straight out of a horror film, a heavy drawer slid open by itself, followed moments later by the bedroom door slamming shut without a draft in sight. The following day, a sequence of bizarre noises from the second floor prompted him to set up a camera, desperate to document the source of the disturbances. That night, while he sat working at his computer, the activity reached a violent peak. Footsteps echoed through the hallways, and as he grabbed his camera to investigate, everyday objects were suddenly hurled across the room by an unseen force.
Hello?
Many who viewed the footage are urging the man to vacate the property immediately. The general consensus is that the unbelievable price was a warning sign of a dark history and a very real haunting. Whether it's a clever hoax or genuine paranormal activity, the house remains a place of intense dread for its new owner. This right here is disgusting. Patients were understandably shocked and horrified by this.
कितने लगे ना जाओ।
Luckily, upon discovery, sanitary crews were sent to clean the building and set traps. How would you react if this were your hospital? Municipal water tanks are among the most reliable and stoic pieces of infrastructure in any modern city. They exist as silent sentinels in the background of our daily routines, holding millions of gallons of life-sustaining liquid that keeps our hospitals operational, our kitchens stocked, and our fire hydrants pressurized at a moment's notice. Because they are so dependable, most people pass by these massive steel structures every day without giving them a second thought. However, that very sense of security is what made the events that unfolded in Lemoore, California on Monday, June 21, 2021, so fundamentally shocking to the core of the community. The disaster occurred in the early afternoon at Well Site 7, located on the outskirts of Lemoore, a Central Valley city of approximately 26,000 residents situated about 30 miles south of Fresno. At the time, the site was buzzing with activity as part of a significant water quality improvement initiative. Since 2019, the city had been working diligently to bring its water system into compliance with strict state regulations regarding TTHM, total trihalomethanes. TTHM is a chemical byproduct of the chlorination process that has been linked to an increased risk of bladder cancer, and the city was roughly 75% for a project designed to mitigate this risk and provide safer drinking water for its citizens. Among the workers on site that day was 41-year-old Dion Jones, a skilled welder and union carpenter with 16 years of professional experience. Jones had traveled from Southern California for the contract with Fane Construction. He was a dedicated family man, a husband, and a father of 3 children who served as a sole provider for his household. On that fateful Monday, Jones picked up his welding torch to begin work on one of the massive steel tanks. He was simply doing the job he had performed 1,000 times before, but the conditions inside the tank had become a ticking time bomb. The catastrophe that followed took less time to occur than it does for the human brain to process a sudden noise. The moment Jones ignited his torch to begin the weld, a pocket of trapped gas inside the tank caught fire. Investigators later confirmed a devastating oversight. The enclosed space had not been tested for combustible gas buildup before the hot work commenced. This single missing safety precaution, a routine pre-weld gas check, transformed a standard construction afternoon into a scene of industrial carnage. The resulting explosion was so powerful that it launched the 1.5 million gallon steel tank approximately 70 feet straight into the air. As the massive tank plummeted back to earth, it triggered a secondary disaster. A colossal wall of water surged across the well site, acting like localized tsunami. The force of the water and debris obliterated nearby solar panels, severed critical communication lines, and knocked 3 separate wells and a second storage tank completely offline. In a matter of seconds, the city of Lemoore lost 3 million gallons of its water storage capacity, and the site's power grid was totally dark. Tragically, Dion Jones did not survive the blast. A city employee was also caught in the periphery of the explosion. While he was rushed to the hospital for treatment, he was fortunately released later that same evening. The entire sequence was immortalized by a surveillance camera at the well site. The footage is difficult to watch. One moment the tank is a solid, immovable object. The next, it's propelled skyward by a violent column of force, surrounded by a cloud of debris and a flood of escaping water. When city officials released the footage the following day, it served as a grim confirmation of witness accounts that many people found too incredible to believe. A massive steel structure weighing hundreds of tons, even when empty, had been turned into a projectile. City Manager Nathan Olson addressed the grieving community on Tuesday, visibly shaken and fighting back tears. He struggled to find the words to honor Dion Jones. The emotional weight of the tragedy was compounded by the findings of the initial investigation, which highlighted that the fatal gap in safety protocol, testing for gas in a confined space, was a completely preventable error. This lapse in judgment cost a father his life and left a family devastated. The ripple effects of the explosion were felt throughout the entire city. Within hours, residents reported a significant drop in water pressure. The following day, firefighters battling a 5-acre grass fire near the explosion site were forced to alter their tactics because the hydrants lacked the necessary pressure to fight the flames in the traditional manner. Strict water restrictions were immediately clamped down across Lemoore, banning residents from watering lawns or washing vehicles to preserve the remaining supply. Meanwhile, a GoFundMe was established to support Jones's family, who were left in a desperate financial position following the loss of their sole breadwinner. His sister wrote a heart-wrenching tribute, describing the sudden and senseless nature of his death at just 41 years old. The legal and physical fallout from the blast lingered for years. The project stalled as the family filed a lawsuit against the city. As recently as 2025, 4 years after the explosion, Lemoore was still struggling to navigate the trial dates and the massive costs required to finish the work that was supposed to make the water safer, but instead became a source of lasting pain. While many eerie security camera clips circulate online, this specific recording from a private residence stands out because investigators and viewers alike believe it to be authentic rather than a staged hoax. The incident began late one night when a homeowner was startled by an aggressive crashing sound and unusual noises coming from just outside her house. Upon checking the perimeter, she found nothing out of place, which prompted her to review the digital surveillance logs for that hour. What the cameras captured is truly spine-chilling. In the garden, a tall human-like figure suddenly manifests out of thin air near the property line. Without breaking its stride, the entity moves toward the locked garden gate and passes directly through the solid metal bars as if they were nothing more than a mist. The figure radiates an eerie internal luminosity that casts no shadow on the ground. As it approaches the main entrance of the house, the light begins to dim, and the apparition gradually fades until it completely dissolves into the darkness. The woman remains adamant that the gate was securely bolted at the time, leaving her with no logical explanation for how a physical intruder could have entered. Local enthusiasts believe the footage provides rare evidence of a non-human presence. Whether it was a residual haunting or a visitor from another realm, the video leaves behind a cold sense of dread. What are your thoughts on this? Waking up to the realization that your young one is missing is the most paralyzing nightmare any parent can imagine. For one family in New Zealand, this terror became a cold reality on the morning of August 9, 2017. Auckland police received a frantic report that an 11-day-old infant had been snatched from their home during the middle of the night. The entire chilling sequence was captured by the residence's internal security cameras, providing a digital trail for a crime that felt like a betrayal of the highest order. The ensuing hours were a blur of desperation and police activity. Fortunately, just 7 hours after the initial report was filed, the infant was located and safely returned to the parents' arms. While the physical reunion was a relief, the emotional scars of those missing hours, not knowing if they would ever see their newborn again, remained an unimaginable burden. However, as investigators dug into the footage and identified the culprit, the story took an even more disturbing turn. The abductor was not a random intruder or a desperate stranger. It was a woman named Nain Manuka Toko Waiwai, who had been hired by the family specifically to provide care while the mother recovered from childbirth. Investigations revealed a web of calculated deception. She had systemically concealed a criminal history and falsified her qualifications as a caretaker in Auckland to make her need for a baby more believable to those around her. She had spent months wearing a fabricated pregnancy bump and even hosted a fake baby shower for a non-existent child. Despite the calculated nature of the kidnapping, the legal resolution left the victimized family in shock. While she was initially sentenced to 3 years in prison, she was released after serving only 3 months. Her sentence was commuted to 400 hours of community service and a $2,000 reparation payment to the family. To the parents whose sanctuary was invaded and whose trust was shattered during their most vulnerable moment, the punishment felt like a meager response to a life-altering crime. With the perpetrator free, the family is left with a lingering, unsettling question. What is to stop a master of deception from targeting another family? Imagine the height of the holiday season, a busy shopping mall only 4 days before Christmas, full of families, holiday music, and the usual hectic energy of people rushing to buy gifts. Now picture the sound of an engine and the crash of a black pickup truck through the glass doors of a department store, ruining that tranquil image. On Saturday, December 21, 2024, this was a terrible truth in Killeen, Texas. What started as a normal report of a careless driver on a neighboring freeway turned into one of the worst public safety situations the area has ever seen. The event didn't start in the mall. It started 15 miles to the east in Belton. A 911 caller told the police about a black pickup vehicle driving erratically on Interstate 35 around 5 in the afternoon. Trooper Brody Telford of the Department of Public Safety was already on patrol and was ready to stop the car, but the motorist, 53-year-old John Darrell Schultz from Kempner, Texas, had no plans to stop. What happened next was an 11-minute chase that went through a lot of holiday traffic. Trooper Telford followed Schultz over the interstate, keeping in touch with other units as the chase got more intense. Finally, Schultz got off the interstate and onto I-14, which took him straight to the Killeen Mall. After he got to the mall, Schultz's behavior got more crazier. He drove over grassy medians and into the busy parking lot. Later, dashcam footage would show a scary detail. Schultz didn't only crash into the building because he was desperate. He drove around the parking lot for almost a full minute, as if he were looking for a way in. Lastly, he sped up and pointed the front of his vehicle straight toward the front door of the JCPenney department store. He drove right through the glass doors and into the store, where hundreds of consumers were looking at things without knowing what was going on. Inside the structure, the death and destruction happened right away. The vehicle sped through the inside of JCPenney for many hundred yards, breaking displays, destroying items, and sending consumers running for cover in all directions. A family of 4 from Killeen, who were just attempting to conclude their Christmas shopping, was among the victims. The truck came through the wall when Les Moreno Sr., his wife Jacqueline, their daughter Leoli, and their baby granddaughter Shamar Triss were at the checkout counter. The car or flying debris hit all 4 of them, and they had to be taken to the hospital right away. Despite the crash, all 4 family members were able to survive their injuries. There was a mix of civilian bravery and quick police action inside the business. Daniel Bartlett, who worked in the rear of the store at JCPenney, remembered when the chaos started. He hurried to the sales floor and saw that people were panicked because there weren't many exits. He opened doors and pointed people in the direction of the salon entrance, trying to get as many shoppers as possible out of the way of the truck. Trooper Telford, on the other hand, didn't wait for help. He got out of his patrol car and raced into the building, where he met a Killeen police officer and a few off-duty cops who were shopping at the mall at the time. This temporary tactical crew chased Schultz through the stores always on foot. When Schultz backed up the truck and tried to advance farther into the busier parts of the mall near a play area for kids, the police had to shoot. They shot the car with several mags until it finally stopped. The scene was strange. The truck's wheels were still spinning on the floor, and the store was full with smoke from the tires and bullets. Months later, body camera footage showed how near Schultz had got into the mall's busy center before being halted. There was a bottle of vodka and a bunch of prescription tablets in the truck, which proved that Schultz was driving while heavily under the influence of drugs. It was also found out that Schultz had been in the U.S. Army from 1990 to 1995. He died at the spot because of the gunshot wounds. 5 shoppers aged 6 to 75 were hurt in all, although thankfully none of the injuries were fatal. During a press conference, DPS Sergeant Sergeant Brian Washko, said that the officer's rapid actions probably stopped a lot of people from getting hurt, since Schultz was clearly heading toward places with considerably more foot traffic. After the tragedy, Trooper Telford and a Colleen officer were given the Texas Municipal Police Association's Warrior Award for their bravery. The entry to JCPenney has been fixed, but the psychological effects on the community are still there. The mall has since looked over and strengthened its security measures, such as putting up stronger barriers around the entrances. It's a sad reminder how quickly a festive tradition can turn into a fight for survival, and how brave people are who run toward danger to defend others. A young man's shift to his new residence quickly spiraled into a chilling ordeal just a week after settling in. What started as eerie, unexplainable happenings rapidly transformed into a chilling sequence of horrifying and baffling incidents. As he casually snapped photos of his new space, a chilling discovery awaited him.
I'm literally freaking shaking right now. I'm so freaking scared. I just got finished checking my whole apartment. I just found out, oh my god. I just found out you can connect your camera to your computer that doesn't have a webcam, and you can use your phone as a camera. Okay, so I was on the photo booth app. I was just like, okay, let me play around with it. I haven't used this in forever, and oh my god, I'm so fucking scared. I was taking the photos, whatever, and I was looking back at them, and I saw that there's this black line, and it's because my cabinet opened a little bit, and I went to the next one, and I don't even know why this is like lit up back here. You know, this is like the thermal photo thing, and it's like lit up. So I kept going to the next one, and I swear I freaked out because one, I don't know how it opened, but two, I swear that's like a face right there. Like it's literally like I don't understand like what that could be. Like it's literally a face, and I'm like, I'm freaking out right now. And the next one, like the computer started glitching. So it took, I don't know what this is. And then I took a photo when I realized it just like snapped a photo automatically. But I swear and I've already checked. I checked my whole apartment. I thought maybe it was up this because this is black up here, but it was on the second shelf. Like it was not up, it was right here. And there's nothing that looks anything remotely like that. Like it's so, I don't understand. I don't know if I'm overreacting or I don't know what to do. Like I swear that's a fake.
Upon reviewing the images, he was struck with terror at the sight of a kitchen cabinet door swinging open on its own. Concealed in the shadowy depths of the cupboard, a horrifying ghostly visage locked eyes with him, sending chills down his spine. As night fell, the chilling presence crept into the bedroom, lurking in the shadows. As the wardrobe lights began to flicker erratically, he pulled out his phone to capture the unsettling moment.
Oh my god, do you guys see that? How is
The eerie scene captures the clothes dangling, moving as though an unseen force is at play. In a chilling twist, viewers later spotted the same enormous, fearsome face lurking among the clothes, quietly watching him from the darkness, a detail that eluded the man and the intensity of the situation.
water in my tub, turning on and off and on and off. Go on for a few minutes. I'm gonna go see what's going on. Oh shit. Oh, my shot glasses. Oh.
In a chilling turn of events, he set up an extensive security system, only to record the most brutal confrontation imaginable.
It's a good time to update you guys on my haunted apartment and the stuff that's been going on. Things have been getting increasingly worse, and recently it's been really active at night while I sleep. I've been waking up with a lot of bruises and scratches, usually around my neck, some around my stomach. And because of it, my friends and I placed these little cameras around my apartment. And essentially the cameras start recording when it catches movement. So they're running 24 hours a day all around my apartment, and when movement is caught, it starts recording and then we're able to play it back. So we're hoping to get some more stuff on tape.
The footage captured a mysterious entity seizing him by the leg and pulling him violently across the ground. The overwhelming hostility of the presence has caused numerous individuals to suspect that the residence is inhabited by a sinister force. It's truly unsettling to think about a homeowner facing such a terrifying situation. A house should be a safe haven, not a site of fear and danger. That's why I always emphasize that when you sense danger, your safety should be your top priority. The concept of fraternity culture is often romanticized in popular media as a series of harmless parties and lifelong bonds. However, there is a much darker side to these social organizations that occasionally surfaces, revealing an underbelly of psychological control and physical degradation. To become a full member of a fraternity, new recruits, known as pledges, frequently undergo an initiation process. While these rituals are intended to build brotherhood, they often cross a line into dangerous and illegal territory. A recent body camera recording from the University of Iowa serves as a chilling case study of exactly what happens when that line is not just crossed but completely destroyed. The incident occurred on the evening of November 15, 2024. Emergency responders from the Iowa City Police and Fire Departments, alongside University of Iowa campus police, were dispatched to the Alpha Delta Phi fraternity house following a fire alarm. Upon arrival, the alarm was determined to be a false report, but the atmosphere inside the house suggested something far more concerning than a mechanical malfunction. As officers began to sweep of the property, they entered the basement and stumbled upon a scene that looked more like a hostage crisis than a college social event. They discovered 56 young men standing in the dark, shirtless, blindfolded, and covered from head to toe in various sticky substances, including ketchup, mustard, and beer. What followed was captured in startling detail on police body cameras. The basement was eerily silent. None of the 56 men were moving or speaking. An officer can be heard on the recording attempting to seize control of the situation, shouting, "This stops here, guys. This is the police department. Who's in charge?" Despite the presence of law enforcement, the room remained in a state of catatonic stillness. Not a single person responded to the commands. Even as officers ordered the group to clear the room and remove their blindfolds, the pledges remained motionless, seemingly waiting for a signal from someone other than the police. This level of compliance and psychological conditioning is what viewers online later described as truly chilling. While the basement was a scene of silent submission, the upper floors of the house were a scene of active resistance. Officers were met with interference from older fraternity members who attempted to shield the basement activities from view. One 21-year-old business major named Jose physically stood in the doorway to block the police, offering evasive and contradictory answers. He initially claimed he didn't live at the house, only to refer to it as his house moments later. When asked to provide identification, he handed over a document so suspicious that the officer flatly told him, "I think it's fake." Jose's defiant response, "You think it's fake or you know it's fake?" highlighted the confrontational and entitled attitude that often permeates these organizations. Eventually, the officers were able to speak with the fraternity president outside. He admitted on camera that the scene was part of the lead-up to initiation, describing it as a ritual where the pledges are blindfolded blindfolded and messed with. The police confirmed the obvious. This was a textbook case of hazing. Perhaps the most disturbing moment occurred when officers asked the 56 blindfolded men if anyone was there against their will. In haunting display coaching, all 56 men responded in perfect unison with a rehearsed no. The synchronized nature of their response suggested that these individuals had been programmed to provide specific answers to avoid getting the fraternity in trouble. Regardless of their actual physical or mental state, the fallout from the event was swift. Joseph Gaia, the member who had blocked the basement entrance, was arrested and charged with interference with official acts, though those charges were later dismissed by a judge who ruled the evidence had been misrepresented. However, the University of Iowa's Office of Student Accountability was not as lenient. Following an internal investigation, Alpha Delta Phi was handed a severe suspension on February 25, 2025. The chapter is barred from campus until at least July 2029. Despite appeals from the national organization claiming only a few members were responsible, the university upheld the ban to send a clear message regarding student safety. When the body camera footage finally leaked to social media in February 2026, it became a global sensation, with a single post amassing over 50 million views. The public reaction was overwhelmingly one of disgust and disbelief. Commentators pointed out the cult-like behavior of the pledges and the sheer embarrassment the incident brought to the university's reputation. Watching the footage, it's difficult to see the brotherhood and 56 men standing in their own filth in a dark basement. It stands as a somber reminder that the desire for belonging can sometimes lead young people into situations where they surrender their dignity and their safety to the very people who claim to be their friends. This disturbing footage was shared by a homeowner who claims her sanctuary has recently transformed into a hub of inexplicable activity. According to the woman, the haunting has specifically targeted her pets. It began with minor incidents, objects toppling from shelves without cause and doors swinging wide on their own. However, the most concerning symptom was her dog's behavior, as they would bark incessantly at empty corners for hours on end. The situation reached a breaking point one evening while the couple was quietly watching television. Their home security camera captured a moment that left them both shaken. In the video, one of the dogs appeared to be violently yanked and then shoved by an invisible force. The animal suddenly lunges from its resting spot, lets out a heart-wrenching, pained yelp, and scrambles toward its owners in a state of pure terror. The couple was originally confused by the dog's sudden outburst, but the truth revealed in the playback was far more sinister than they imagined. Many viewers are heartbroken for the animal, noting that while humans can rationalize fear, pets are completely defenseless against such unseen aggression. I feel terrible for this family because our pets rely on us for protection, and seeing one in pain from an unknown source is a total nightmare. While many content creators dedicate their channels to staged entertainment or viral stunts, one YouTuber's most impactful upload had nothing to do with views and everything to do with life or death reality. On May 22, 2012, he shared a dashcam recording that captured a terrifying sequence of events on a busy highway, a situation that could have easily resulted in a fatal pileup if not for the quick thinking and empathy of the man and his father. The footage begins with their vehicle trailing a large truck that is behaving erratically, swerving dangerously between lanes and drifting onto the shoulder. At first, the duo's reaction is one of frustration and judgment. Like most drivers, they assumed they were witnessing a case of extreme intoxication or reckless endangerment. They promptly called the authorities to report the vehicle as it passed mile marker 162. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the truck suddenly veered completely off the pavement and into the grass. As they watched the vehicle struggle to maintain any semblance of a straight line, their perspective shifted instantly. They realized this wasn't the behavior of a drunk driver. It was the behavior of someone losing a battle with their own body. The audio in the car shifts from annoyance to genuine dread as the YouTuber's father realizes the gravity of the moment, shouting that the driver might be suffering a heart attack. What happened next is a masterclass in civilian heroism. Rather than maintaining a safe distance and waiting for police, they accelerated, maneuvered ahead of the drifting truck, and pulled over. They jumped out of their car and ran toward the moving vehicle, successfully reaching the driver's side. Inside, they discovered a man in his 70s who was slipping in and out of consciousness. He wasn't intoxicated. He was in the throes of an acute stroke. They managed to get the truck into park and began the difficult task of keeping the man stable and conscious until paramedics could reach the scene. The importance of their intervention cannot be overstated. Medical data from the American Stroke Association indicates that for every 60 seconds a stroke goes untreated, a patient loses approximately 1.9 million brain cells. By physically stopping the truck and ensuring the man received immediate medical attention, these bystanders likely prevented severe permanent brain damage or death. Most motorists on that highway likely saw the swerving truck and chose to speed past, assuming the driver was simply impaired. This video highlights how easy it is to misjudge a medical emergency as a criminal act, a bias that often prevents people from helping those in dire need. A family member of the driver later reached out to confirm that the man survived and was able to return home to his wife, thanks entirely to the fact that these two strangers chose to stop. In a world where people often keep driving and mind their own business, this father-son duo proved that paying attention to the well-being of others can literally save a life. It is a powerful reminder that when you see someone struggling on the road, your first instinct should be compassion rather than condemnation. This footage, which has exploded across social media, captures a moment of pure psychological dread. A man was relaxing in his living room when he noticed his dog becoming completely fixated on the ceiling, staring intensely without shifting its gaze for an unnerving amount of time. Sensing that something was wrong, the man began recording the interaction with his smartphone.
It's been freaking me out for about 15 minutes. I know, dude. What's going on? What are you seeing? Something's been spooking him. He's jumping around. This dude. What are you seeing? Why don't you back up, Charlie? I know. Calm down. It's okay. What are you seeing? You're freaking me out, buddy. Do we need to go? Should we go, Bubba? You tell me when it's time to go. 'Cause I don't know what you're looking at, but when we need to go, you let me know, buddy. What's freaking you out, bub? Okay. Should we go? Yeah? You leave when we gotta go. As soon as you walk out, I'll be right.
The dog begins to bark aggressively and growl at the empty space above, reacting to an entity that the human eye simply cannot perceive. The true horror, however, was discovered during the playback. Upon reviewing the footage, the man was terrified to see a small, dark, and semi-transparent figure floating near the rafters, positioned precisely where the dog had been focusing its attention. The most spine-chilling moment occurs when the man jokingly asks his pet if they should leave. A faint, raspy, whispering voice is heard on the recording saying, "Get out." Many viewers believe this is definitive proof that animals possess a sixth sense for the supernatural. Skeptics, meanwhile, suggest it could be a digital artifact paired with a coincidental audio phenomenon. I feel terrible for this man because hearing a direct threat in your own home is a total nightmare. This is why I always tell people to trust their pet's instincts. If they are telling you to leave, it might be time to listen. Spending time in nature is often the ultimate remedy for the stresses of modern life. There is something deeply restorative about the stillness of the woods, the scent of pine, and the soft carpet of moss beneath your feet. But imagine for a moment that you're out in the wilderness, lying on the forest floor with your eyes closed, soaking in the silence. Suddenly, the earth beneath you begins to shift. You feel the ground rising and falling in a slow rhythmic motion, as if you're resting on the chest of a massive sleeping giant. In an instant, your relaxation would likely evaporate, replaced by the primal urge to run for your life. On October 16, 2018, this surreal scenario became a reality for a videographer named Jean Arthur. While trekking through a remote forest in Sacré-Cœur, Quebec, Canada, Arthur was forced to stop dead in his tracks by a sight that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The ground was moving. It wasn't the jagged, violent shaking associated with an earthquake, nor was the soil cracking open. Instead, the mossy earth was swelling upward and sinking back down in a steady, heavy cadence. It appeared as though the forest floor had developed lungs and was drawing deep, labored breaths. Above the shifting ground, massive trees swayed with terrifying violence, their branches crashing into one another as the very foundation of the forest lifted like a blanket being pulled from underneath. Arthur instinctively pulled out his camera to document the phenomenon, and the resulting footage eventually captivated millions of people across the globe. When the video was shared on social media, it spread with lightning speed, sparking a wave of wild theories. To many viewers, it looked like a scene ripped from a high-budget horror film or dark fantasy epic. Some skeptics were convinced the video was a clever hoax created through digital editing, while others joked or perhaps feared that a gargantuan prehistoric creature was waking up from a centuries-long slumber beneath the Canadian soil. However, the scientific truth behind what Arthur's camera captured is entirely grounded in reality, though it remains no less unsettling. The Sacré-Cœur region is located within the Côte-Nord area of Quebec, a territory famous for its dense, sprawling conifer forests consisting mainly of pine and spruce trees. What many casual hikers do not realize is that these species have evolved a specific and somewhat precarious structural design. Unlike oak or maple trees, which send deep taproots far into the earth for stability, conifers in these northern climates develop incredibly wide but extremely shallow root systems. Their roots spread out horizontally just beneath the surface, weaving themselves through loose soil and thick layers of moss. In a healthy, tightly packed forest, these trees rely on a strength in numbers strategy. They stand shoulder to shoulder, their root systems interlocking to create a collective mat that keeps the entire group upright. But when specific weather conditions align, this system can begin to fail in spectacular fashion. When gale force winds, defined as gusts, reaching 39 miles per hour or higher, tear through the woods after a period of heavy rainfall, the integrity of the forest floor is compromised. The rain saturates the earth, loosening the soil cohesion and turning the firm ground into a soft, flexible slurry. Mark Vanderwood, a certified arborist, explained that as the wind hits the crown or the top of the trees, it acts like a giant lever. The force is transferred down the trunk to the roots, which try to hold on even as the soil becomes liquid. Because the roots are so shallow and interconnected, the wind literally pries the entire mat of roots and moss off the underlying bedrock. As the trees lean with a gust, they pull the ground up. When the wind lulls, the weight of the trees and soil causes the ground to exhale and sink back down. This rhythmic heaving is a warning sign of a forest on the brink of a total collapse. This phenomenon is more dangerous than it looks on a smartphone screen. Every time the ground rises and falls, more of those shallow roots are snapping under the tension. What Arthur captured was not just a mesmerizing visual spectacle, it was a sound and motion of a forest's foundation being torn apart. Nuttall's observation highlighted a tragic ecological reality. Because those trees were once sheltered by a vast forest, they never needed to develop deep or reinforced roots to withstand high winds. Once the surrounding trees were removed, the remaining patch was left exposed to the full, punishing force of the prevailing winds, forces they were never biologically equipped to handle. Every gust was now a direct, unobstructed hit to their stability. In both cases, the cameras captured a landscape that appeared vibrantly alive and magical, but they were actually documenting a slow-motion catastrophe. The breathing of the earth was in fact the final, desperate gasps of a dying forest. The footage captured in this recording presents a mystery that is as visually jarring as it is difficult to rationalize. Recently, a witness in Indonesia uploaded a video to TikTok that quickly bypassed a local algorithm to become a global viral sensation. The scene was already chaotic. A massive structure of fire had broken out in the middle of the night, lighting up the neighborhood with an aggressive orange glow. The man behind the camera was simply trying to document the destruction as it unfolded, but when he reviewed the footage, he realized he had captured something far more chilling than a standard residential blaze. High above the apex of the burning roof, suspended in the thick, billowing black smoke, a dark and humanoid figure appeared to be floating in a completely unnatural posture. It didn't move like debris caught in a thermal updraft, nor did it have the erratic flickering of a shadow cast by the flames. Instead, it hung there, seemingly indifferent to the heat and the chaos below. The original uploader offered no theories or context, simply providing a one-sentence caption that sparked a firestorm of debate. Is there anyone who can explain what this is? Skeptics have pointed toward pareidolia, the human tendency to see familiar shapes in random patterns like smoke, or perhaps a piece of lightweight building material caught in a powerful heat pocket. However, believers in the supernatural suggest it could be a jinn or a manifestation of the intense energy released during such a traumatic event. Regardless of the explanation, the sight of a silent, motionless entity watching a home be consumed by fire is a total nightmare. It's a haunting reminder that sometimes the most terrifying things are the ones we only notice after the smoke clears. Robin is a content creator who typically spends his time in the digital worlds of video games, but in August 2020, he shared a video that proved the real world can be far more glitchy and terrifying than any software. While on a summer expedition through the French Alps with a group of close friends, the team stumbled upon a relic of a dark chapter in history, a hidden subterranean military shelter dating back to the Second World War. These bunkers, often carved directly into the cold stone of the mountains, were designed to be impenetrable fortresses, but today they sit as hollow, decaying tunnels forgotten by time. Driven by a mix of adrenaline and curiosity, the group decided to breach the entrance and explore the damp, lightless corridors.
The tunnel. Jezus, zo'n sneeuw. Hoe dan?
Armed only with handheld flashlights and a camera, they ventured deep into the heart of the mountain, navigating through narrow passageways where the air felt heavy and ancient. At the time, the explorers felt nothing but the excitement of a successful urban exploration. They joked and pushed further into the darkness, completely unaware that the lens of their camera was capturing a presence that shouldn't have been there.
Maat. Oh, dit voelt als een heel slecht... Ja, is goed. We gaan terug.
It wasn't until Robin returned home and began reviewing the raw footage that the true horror of the trip was revealed. In a fleeting, heart-stopping moment at the far end of a pitch-black tunnel, a transparent ink-black silhouette suddenly manifested. The entity moved with a fluid, unnatural grace, appearing to glide across the corridor before vanishing into the stone wall. Because the men were looking through their own eyes and not the camera screen, they missed the encounter entirely in the moment. Many viewers are now convinced that these abandoned war shelters are still manned by the restless spirits of those who serve there, and that Robin captured a genuine shadow person. Whether it's a trick of the light or a residual haunting, the sight of that dark figure watching from the shadows is enough to make anyone rethink a trip into the deep. On October 3rd, a chilling Facebook post started to spread as a user named Terry inquired if anyone else had experienced a bizarre radio broadcast that allegedly echoed through nearly every station in Louisiana. She noted the eerie absence of news coverage on the matter and, after reaching out to others who had shared similar recordings, discovered a chilling pattern emerging in various regions across the US. This is what the audience heard. The sound echoes with a chillingly distorted voice, reciting various states, and encountering something like that would undoubtedly send shivers down your spine. Radio stations later revealed that the eerie broadcast was merely a test of the emergency alert system. They claimed that occurrences like this happen frequently, stemming from a dissonance in sampling rates between the original broadcast feed and the various radio stations. When those signals fall out of sync, it can unleash a chilling distortion that echoes throughout the clip. The stations offer that unsettling explanation. What was really conveyed in that chilling moment, however, lingers in the shadows of uncertainty. The digital age has turned almost every smartphone into a paranormal sensor. In a recent upload from a young man in El Salvador, is currently fueling a massive debate across social media. The footage was captured during a vibrant music festival, an evening defined by high energy, loud music, and massive crowds. While the uploader was simply trying to document the sea of people surging toward the concert gates, the camera managed to snag a glitch in reality that none of the thousands of attendees noticed with the naked eye. The anomaly only becomes apparent when the footage is stabilized and played back in slow motion. As the camera pans past two large transport trucks parked side by side, a young man appears to manifest out of thin air in the gap between the vehicles. There is no lead-in movement, no foot stepping into frame or shoulder leaning out. One moment the gap is empty, and in the very next frame, a solid human figure is standing perfectly still in the darkness. What makes this clip so disturbing to investigators is the physical geometry of the scene. When you freeze the frame and look closely at the positioning of the two trucks, the space between them is incredibly narrow, barely a few inches of clearance. It's a physical impossibility for a grown man to be standing in that gap, let alone to appear there without any lateral movement. Skeptics suggest a digital artifact or a very specific trick of perspective, but for those who are there, the truck Ghost of Salvador remains a chilling reminder that we might not be as alone in a crowd as we think. Dark, ominous structures that tap into the depths of the earth, shrouded in mystery and the unknown. They're crucial for maintaining the eerie balance of our contemporary world. They serve as a main source of extracting crude oil, and this specific one takes place in Deir, Syria. Watch what transpires. As the lid creaked open, an unsettling chill filled the air, hinting at the secrets that lay beneath. It had been sealed for far too long, and now the darkness within was ready to be unleashed. However, there's a lurking danger with these neglected wells, and that risk looms like a shadow, a pressure failure waiting to strike. It unfolds in the midst of ordinary activities, and the intensity is palpable, as I'm certain you've already grasped after witnessing that. This startling footage was captured by a home security camera in a quiet American suburb late one night. The family was jolted awake by heavy metallic thuds and a series of blinding rhythmic flashes illuminating their front door. Fearing a home invasion, they checked their monitors, only to witness a cluster of brilliant orbs dancing with an intelligent, fluid motion that defied the physics of any known drone. The objects pulse with a silent intensity, casting long, erratic shadows before vanishing into the night. With no physical evidence left behind, the family is left with only this viral recording of a truly unexplainable intrusion. This chilling dashcam footage, captured from the high vantage point of a locomotive, offers a rare and unsettling perspective of a railroad crossing disaster. In the SHOUTOUT district of Sarazm region in Uzbekistan, a driver attempted to beat the oncoming train, tempting fate for the sake of a few saved moments. Witnessing the inevitable impact from the engineer's perspective underscores the horrifying reality that a massive train cannot stop in a swift motion. This self-centered decision endangered lives and resulted in a catastrophic collision that serves as a grim reminder: never gamble with a force you can't overcome. This next clip was uploaded online with no clear source, but the person who shared it claimed it was recorded by a family driving along a remote road late at night. According to the description, they had been traveling for hours through a quiet rural area with almost nothing around them. No houses, no traffic, just long stretches of road surrounded by trees and darkness. At some point, they decided to turn off the main highway to try and find a gas station, thinking there might be a small town nearby. That decision is when things started to feel strange. A few miles down the empty road, the headlights picked up an old house sitting by itself in the distance. The place looked abandoned, with no lights on and no other buildings anywhere close by. But it wasn't the house itself that caught their attention. It was something on the front porch. At first, they couldn't tell what they were looking at. It just looked like a dark shape moving near the doorway. The person filming zoomed in, trying to get a better look. And that's when the video starts to get really unsettling. The shape didn't move like a person or an animal. Instead, it seemed to shift and twist, almost like a shadow changing form. One moment it looked tall and thin, the next moment it looked low to the ground, as if it was bending or folding in ways that didn't make sense. The family could be heard talking in the background, confused about what they were seeing. They stayed focused on the porch, watching as a dark mass kept moving in strange, unnatural ways. It didn't walk, it didn't run, and it didn't stay still. It just kept changing shape, almost like it was made of smoke or liquid instead of something solid. Even after replaying the footage, it's hard to figure out what it could be. Some people think it might have been a trick of the light or the camera struggling to focus in the dark. Others believe it could have been an animal moving in the shadows, making it look more unusual than it really was. But there are also viewers who think the movements look too strange to explain that easily. Whatever the family saw that night, the video leaves a lot of questions. On a dark road with no one else around, they found something on that porch that still doesn't seem to have a clear explanation. This eerie sequence, captured by an internal security camera at a primary school, became a viral sensation after being shared by a former employee named Brenna. According to her, the school's play area had long been a source of genuine dread for the students, many of whom claimed to see a scary creature lurking among the toys. While the administrators initially dismissed these stories as overactive childhood imaginations, the nocturnal footage tells a far more haunting story. In the dead of night, with the building completely vacant, the camera recorded a series of impossible movements. A large toy began to shift on its own, followed by a white ball that appeared to roll and change direction with deliberate, intelligent intent. Moments later, several other items in the room began to stir simultaneously, as if caught in an invisible wake. Brenna eventually resigned from her position, citing these traumatic experiences and the sheer terror of the children who refused to return to the classroom. Whether it's a sophisticated prank or a genuine haunting, the sight of a playground coming to life in the dark is enough to keep anyone away after the final bell rings. In a quiet corner in North Philadelphia, the Christian Express Market was targeted by a group of calculated predators who proved that some criminals don't just strike once, they scout their prey. Surveillance footage from February 22nd shows two men entering the store in the late afternoon, but this wasn't their first visit of the day. Hours earlier, they had walked through the same aisles as ordinary customers, casually buying items to map out the store's layout and employee movements. When they returned at 4 p.m., the customers had transformed into attackers. One suspect, who had earlier been wearing a black Cali hoodie, had chillingly reversed it to white to mask his identity. They stormed behind the counter, cornering a female employee at knife point. The sheer aggression of the ambush left the staff paralyzed as the thieves emptied the registers and safe, fleeing with over $10,000 in cash. Perhaps the most unsettling detail revealed by detectives is that these same men are suspects in another robbery at this exact location just weeks prior. They didn't just stumble upon this shop, they haunted it. Police are now searching for 3 Hispanic males, one in a distinct members-only hoodie featuring a skeletal spine print, and another in a puffy black jacket and glasses. It's a grim reminder that the person standing in line behind you today might be the one coming back for you tomorrow. In this video, a guy is on a scooter and this choice of vehicle isn't exactly ideal for this. What you just witnessed was one of several terrifying tornadoes that struck Samahi and West Band Regency in Indonesia. It struck suddenly, an unexpected force of nature that left many in a state of shock and disbelief. The thought of being on a scooter with a tornado barreling toward me sends chills down my spine.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's probably dead bodies.
I can handle it. There's a cop already on the scene, undercover right there.
An 83-year-old driver in Catoosa County, Georgia mistook the accelerator for the brake, causing a 7-car crash. There were no reported fatalities from the incident, but 4 people, including the elderly woman herself, were admitted to the hospital with varying degrees of injuries. A chilling video surfaced recently, rapidly gaining traction and amassing 1.5 million views in no time. In the dimly lit footage, a group of friends is captured reveling in the eerie atmosphere of a house at night. They caught this girl off guard on her birthday, yet an unsettling event unfolded next. A frightening moment unfolds as a small boy emerges lurking behind the girl. Then he disappears into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The uploader of the footage asserts that it was captured a decade ago and firmly states that no youngsters were in attendance at the gathering that evening. If there were genuinely no youngsters at the gathering, then what eerie presence did the lens manage to capture? And how could it vanish in an instant like that? Lantana Beach is usually a place for relaxation, but on this afternoon, the peace was shattered. Lifeguards called for backup after a man, later identified as Lawrence, refused to follow basic safety instructions. When officers arrived, they found a man who wasn't just enjoying the sun, he was drowning in a bottle. Lawrence was found stumbling near his gear, including an inflatable boat he was determined to launch despite being barely able to stand. The officers initially tried to be patient, even helping Lawrence gather his anchor and cooler. They offered him a chance to leave peacefully if he could find a ride, but as the minutes ticked by, Lawrence's coordination and his temper began to unravel.
All right, let's start gathering your stuff. We're gonna walk up here, okay?
That's the main thing, alright?
Yeah, we'll grab your stuff. Let's go.
Alright. I'll follow you.
Lawrence, I'm following you. You gotta pick your stuff up.
Okay, you guys can't fill it and go out tonight?
What?
I said my guys can't fill it and come out tonight. If I leave it here and just leave.
No, we definitely can't leave the thing here.
Huh?
No.
Leave this overnight.
This?
No.
You
You gotta pick your stuff up. Or they're
Help
gonna...
me out, man. I'll get your anchor here.
Lawrence, man, why are you getting drunk like this, man?
Like coming out?
Lawrence, roll this up for me. Roll this up.
Who else will get you out to the beach?
Only you. Come on, man.
Careful, buddy.
Careful. Come on.
I just want to get this in.
Don't fall backwards. Don't fall backwards.
Woo! Are you able to walk, man? No?
I am. You know me.
Hey, let's go. Lawrence, walk up here. Come on. Lawrence.
Look at my stomach.
Okay, you need fire rescue?
I've been eating and all that. Where's my phone?
Lawrence, come here.
My phone's right there.
Lawrence.
He repeatedly fell over his equipment, dropping items and becoming increasingly agitated. The situation shifted from a welfare check to a public safety hazard.
I would listen to these guys and vote your load, man.
Listen, sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
This is it.
Warren, that didn't go this way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Guys, chill.
No, you're not gonna be drinking while.
No, hey.
Can you please get a hold of him?
Come on.
You have to go with everything? If you don't keep 9-day orders, you have to go in handcuffs. That's what the guy that happened. So, perfect. It's gonna stay here. You wanna be arrested for public intoxication?
I don't.
Okay, then I suggest you do what we tell you to do.
I'm going to.
Okay, stay right there until after you get here. I'm tired of dealing with you down and back and causing a scene,
Hey, I got
alright?
Lawrence, sit down. I don't know why you're not listening, man.
It is. I'm tired of dealing with you. He may not take you, but I probably will. That's okay.
Hey,
My wife over here.
hey.
That's okay. I tried to
Get my phone.
Lawrence, sit down.
Let me have my phone. I don't give a f.
Come here. Hey,
Come on.
What?
come here. Hey, Lawrence,
Hey,
stop.
what?
Come on. I don't want you
Come
to
on,
We're
where?
helping you. Relax.
I'm calling my mother's wife.
All right, relax.
All
Relax.
right, so when you going? I'm not
I
going
want you
no.
to sit down.
No, look.
Lawrence,
Yes,
look at me.
I'm
You're
not
gonna
going
get
with you
hurt.
hitting your
Hey, you know
head
me.
because you can't.
I do.
You know me.
Stop.
I don't want to motherfucker hear another word.
Lawrence.
I don't want to hear another word. I don't give a fuck. Get off of my hand. I'm calling my wife.
Lawrence,
now.
you're gonna
I just
call
tried to
her.
call your wife
No,
for you.
I want me to do it alone.
Lawrence, look at me.
Listen, don't make me go back out there swimming.
Okay.
You're not going
Look at
to.
Then
me.
you're gonna be mad at the motherfucker.
Hey,
I don't give a
Stop.
fuck. Stop
Stop.
grabbing my hand. I'm calling my wife. Now, if she wants to come here, that's fine.
okay, call her.
Is that her?
I don't know. Is that her
You
car?
know the white Maserati.
All right, call
You
your
know
wife.
me.
Call your
Already.
wife.
Are you putting him in cuffs or no?
No.
No.
Fine.
Hell no.
Okay,
For
well,
what?
do you need backup or not?
For what?
I'm not
No, he don't
doing
need no
this.
backup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Force him to go. You know.
You can take him to jail though. Public intoxication.
All right, I'm done dealing with this guy.
Okay. Goodbye.
Hey. Hey, come on.
What?
Hey, come on.
Then
Put
my
that
bike's
down.
come to the
I'm not
beach.
doing this all day.
Hell no.
This isn't happening either.
Do what you want.
Let go. Let go. Because
Hey.
you
So
can't
for
drink in
what?
public. You're already
I'm
drunk.
not
You're
drinking in
already
public.
committing a crime.
Look, he already gave me my phone.
You're already
Stop.
committing a crime.
Stop. Lawrence, stop.
Stop for what?
Let go.
I'm thirsty.
Let go. I'll give you some water if you let go.
Okay. I want water.
Stop.
You ain't cuffing
Stop.
me.
No, hold on.
You know you ain't cuffing me.
Lawrence, come
You
on.
know you ain't cuffing me.
Lawrence, come on.
Hey, you know you ain't cuffing me. You
You ain't cuffing me!
When Lawrence refused medical attention and insisted on taking on Conan, the officers knew the easy way was off the table. As police moved in to place him under arrest for public intoxication, Lawrence made a desperate, drunken break for it. He didn't run for the parking lot, he ran for the ocean.
Get the away from me!
Alright, hey, Lawrence.
I don't give a fuck!
Lawrence, come on.
I don't give a fuck! Get away from me!
Hey, come on. Hey, come here. Lawrence, get out of the water. Come on.
Why do you let him get to this point?
Because he's usually cooperative with me.
But he's not. He's not willing to get in the back of the end, and we're going to have to go. Now he can get there and drown.
I know.
So now you're going to cause him to go out and go.
Sorry, man.
We have 2 more officers on the way.
Yeah, we
Whenever
got
he
2
gets
more.
here, you can go and cuss and go with us. We just need him out of the water.
You want us to pull him out?
Yes, please, because we're not going to take him whenever he's wet either.
Oh, great. Just 14. It's going to be closer to the O side at this point.
In a scene that was as dangerous as it was absurd, the suspect waded into the surf, hoping the water would act as a barrier between him and the law. He dared the officers to go back out there swimming, banking on the hope that they wouldn't want to get their uniforms wet. The standoff in the surf didn't last long. Officers waited for the right moment to intercept him before he could get into deeper, more dangerous waters. When they finally tackled him in the shallows, the cooperative drunk vanished, replaced by a screaming, resisting suspect.
Lawrence, come on over here. Come here. Come on. Come here.
Okay, he's on your back. Ow! 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 He's on your back. Ow! Ow! Ow!
You're gonna get tased, you understand?
No, I ain't.
Stop. Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
resisting.
I'm telling you, you're gonna get tased.
I'm not resisting, though.
Lawrence's tirade turned political and nonsensical as he was dragged across the sand, shouting about Fox News and Democrats while struggling against the restraints.
Sit up for me. Sit up.
Resist, I'm on the money! Let it up! Let it up! Democrats! Let it up! Let it up! These Democrats! I did down the street! I did down the street!
Come on.
I did down the street! Let him go! Let him go!
Lawrence, I will.
Let him go!
Come on.
Let him go! Let him go!
Lawrence,
Ah! Let him go! Where's my beach? Where's my beach?
go. Walk.
Where's my beach?
It's a lot harder than saying.
Got his other leg.
I like this.
Alright, then let him let himself out.
Yep, let him.
Why can't we get a fee put up on the stretcher?
Because they can't come down. They can't come down. Get over here, David!
The journey from the shoreline to the patrol car became a grueling physical struggle. Lawrence went dead weight, forcing multiple officers to carry him up the beach stairs like a piece of luggage. Every step of the way, he continued to howl at the sky, a far cry from the man who had been calmly talking about his boat patch kit just an hour prior. Lawrence was slapped with a litany of charges, including battery on an officer, indecent exposure, and disorderly intoxication. He spent nearly a week in custody before posting a $9,250 bond. However, in a surprising twist, the felony prosecution for battery and indecent exposure collapsed just weeks later due to a lack of evidence. The case was downgraded to misdemeanors, leaving Lawrence with a heavy legal bill and a permanent spot in the annals of Florida's most bizarre beach arrests. What began as a simple day at the shore ended as a stark reminder how quickly a few too many drinks can turn a citizen into a public enemy.
Can I help you?
No. You all good. I'm trying to make her chill.
I'm good.
No. I guess she can be as mad as she wants to be. That's it.
And you can go over there.
Okay.
Alyssa, it's not funny. Get inside. I know. Look at the fucking room.
In Abilene, Texas, a man was taken into custody after a string of unsettling confrontations at a residential complex. He approached a resident at her front door just moments before heading to the parking lot, where he attempted to drag one of her two friends from the car. The women hurried into the apartment, their hearts racing as they caught sight of the man outside, twisting the doorknob and peering at them through the glass door with an unsettling intensity. The authorities apprehended the individual right at the scene, yet surprisingly, he was only charged with public intoxication. Ever since that chilling incident, the resident has been urging everyone to remain vigilant and alert to their surroundings. This startling footage was captured by a security camera inside a quiet office building late at night. The recording shows a lone employee who had stayed behind to finish his tasks long after his colleagues had departed. At first, the scene appears entirely mundane, but the atmosphere shifts the moment the man pauses to check his phone. In a sudden, violent motion, an invisible force appears to snatch the device directly from his grasp, hurling it across the desk. Terrified, the young man leaps from his chair and flees the room at a quick pace. Upon closer inspection of the frame-by-frame playback, a faint dark shadow seems to manifest near his hand at the exact moment of the impact. Whether this was a localized electromagnetic surge or a genuine paranormal encounter, the employee's raw terror is undeniable. A dramatic incident involving a serious elevator malfunction that almost killed a man was caught on camera in Valsad, India. The lift abruptly malfunctioned and started to climb quickly while the doors were still wide open as the passenger tried to exit onto his floor. The cabin surged upward toward the ceiling as a sudden shift threw the man hard forward onto the landing. Both the mechanical brake systems and the electronic safety sensors, which are meant to stop the car from driving when the doors are not locked, had catastrophically failed, according to technical assessments and local authorities. Because of the intensity of the fall and the impact with a hard floor, the victim had serious internal injuries. Although his condition is still stable and he is still in a nearby hospital, experts concur that his prompt decision to avoid the ascending taxi was probably what saved a far worse outcome. We use elevators on a daily basis without thinking twice, so I feel awful for this man. It'd be a nightmare if one of them turned into a trap. I usually feel a little uneasy when I walk through those doors because of this. It serves as a sobering reminder that even the most basic technology needs ongoing upkeep to make sure it doesn't malfunction when we're most at risk. This unsettling sequence was captured by a security camera inside a children's boutique late at night. The footage shows a lone employee preparing to close his shop when the mundane evening takes a terrifying turn. As she works, the woman suddenly reacts to a sharp physical sensation. Her hair is visibly jerked backward by an unseen force. She spins around in a swift motion, but the store remains entirely empty. Upon closer inspection, the movement of her hair is undeniable, appearing to be pulled by a deliberate invisible grasp. While some suggest a static discharge or a mechanical snag, many viewers are convinced the store is the site of a genuine haunting. Shaken by the physical contact, the employee fled the premises at a quick pace. Whether a glitch or a ghost, the recording leaves a chilling impression of a lingering, unseen presence. February 24, 2026, the Green Lanes area of London, United Kingdom, became the scene of a brazen daytime heist that has left the local community in shock. A group of thieves targeted a local jewelry store, utilizing a high-speed moped to violently breach the shop's front entrance. The security footage captures the terrifying moments as the suspects smashed through the glass, focused on snatching as much high-value inventory as possible in a matter of seconds. What makes this particular footage so unsettling is the sheer boldness of the criminals in such a populated urban environment. As the robbers attempted to make their getaway, several brave local residents decided to intervene, attempting to block their path and stop the theft. However, the situation turned even more dangerous when the suspects brandished a large machete to threaten the crowd and secure their escape. The Metropolitan Police have confirmed that while the scene was incredibly volatile, fortunately, no bystanders or employees were physically struck or wounded during the confrontation. As of this recording, the individuals involved are still at large and the jewelry remains unrecovered. I feel terrible for the shop owners and the neighbors who had to witness such a violent display of force on their own street. This is why I always urge people to prioritize their own safety and never confront armed individuals. It is a somber reminder of the rising trend of moped-based crimes in major cities. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, at approximately 6:15 in the evening, officers with the Baltimore Police Department were inside a store located in the 3600 block of Bel Air Road when they noticed a man they believed might be armed. The man was later identified as 37-year-old Dwight Hawkins. According to investigators, officers recognized Hawkins from previous encounters and were aware of his criminal history, which raised concern when they suspected he could be carrying a weapon. Officers watched as Hawkins exited the store and began walking away from the area, believing he may have been armed and potentially dangerous. The officers followed him outside in order to make contact. As they approached, Hawkins suddenly began a run. Officers gave multiple loud commands ordering him to stop, but he continued fleeing on foot. According to the official report, the situation escalated quickly when Hawkins reached into his clothing while still moving. Investigators say he then pulled out a handgun as officers were closing the distance between them. At one point, Hawkins came very close to one of the pursuing officers while holding a weapon, creating what police described as an immediate and serious threat. At that moment, two officers fired their service weapons. Multiple shots were fired and Hawkins was struck during the exchange. He fell to the ground and officers moved in carefully to secure the weapon and make sure the scene was safe. A handgun was recovered on the ground near where Hawkins fell, confirming the officer's belief that he had been armed during the encounter.
Get your hand out, get it! Let me see it! Let me see it! Let me see it! Let me see it! Woo! Fuck! Shots fired! Shots fired! Let me see it! Let me see it! Let me see it! Show me hands! You good? You good? You good? You good? Are you hit? No. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up.
I got you.
Back up.
Please, sir. Please, sir.
Back up.
Oh my God, it's my nephew, yo.
Back up.
I ain't got no shoes on. I ain't cause no trouble. This is good. Oh my God, yo. Oh my God, yo.
Back up. I'm good.
All right, come here.
Got the gun. Got the gun. Got the gun. I got the gun. Hands! Let me get fucking hands! 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 Go!
A As soon as the weapon was secured, officers began providing emergency medical aid. Body camera footage later showed officers attempting to keep Hawkins conscious while calling for paramedics to respond as quickly as possible. Emergency medical services arrived on scene shortly after and took over the treatment. Hawkins was transported to a nearby hospital, but despite the efforts of both officers and medical personnel, he was later pronounced dead. No officers were injured during the incident. Authorities later confirmed that at least 16 rounds were fired during the confrontation, though investigators have not publicly stated how many shots came from each officer. Officials also said it remains unclear whether Hawkins fired his weapon during the encounter, and that detail is part of the ongoing investigation. Police stated that Hawkins was legally prohibited from possessing a firearm due to his criminal record, which they described as lengthy and well known to local officers. Because of that history, investigators believe the officers were already on alert when they saw him inside the store and suspected he might be armed. As with all officer-involved shootings in Baltimore, the case has been turned over to the appropriate investigative unit for review. Detectives will examine body camera footage, witness statements, and forensic evidence to determine exactly how the confrontation unfolded and whether the use of force followed department policy. The incident began as a routine observation inside a store but quickly turned into a deadly encounter once a suspect fled and produced a handgun. Within seconds, officers were forced to make a decision based on what they believed was an immediate threat. Officials say the investigation is still ongoing, but the events of that evening highlight how rapidly situations can escalate during police encounters, especially when a suspect is believed to be armed and refuses commands to stop. On March 12, 2026, shortly after midnight, a police encounter in Daytona Beach began over what initially appeared to be a minor ordinance violation. A Daytona Beach police officer came across a 27-year-old man who was reportedly carrying an open container of alcohol in public, something that is prohibited under a local city ordinance. Situations like this are typically handled with a warning or a citation, but according to authorities, the interaction quickly took an unexpected turn. The officer approached the man and instructed him to either pour out the alcohol or face the possibility of being arrested for the violation. At first, the man appeared to comply, but not in the way the officer expected. Instead of dumping out the drink himself, he handed the bottle directly to the officer and began to walk away as if the situation was over. Police say the moment the man turned away, the encounter escalated. According to the department's account, the man tossed the cork from the bottle toward the officer. That action, investigators say, prompted officers to move in and detain him.
You're gonna go to jail for open container. Pour it out, or you're gonna go to jail for open container. Those are your options.
Here, you can pour it out.
Nope, pour it out.
No, you can pour it out.
All right.
Brother, stop.
Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop.
Street Central, give us the channel. Step back.
Stop.
Yo, put your hands behind your back.
Hey, stop playing, bro. Stop. Y'all need to
What are y'all arrested? Put your hands behind your back.
Hey, y'all need to stop.
Put your hands behind your back, man. I'm gonna tase out.
What did you tase me for?
Hey, step back. Put your hands behind your back.
He got it. Hey, chill out.
Get back.
Stop.
Chill out.
Get back.
Stop.
Give me his
Get
arm.
back.
That's my twin.
Hey,
Get back.
Get back.
Get back.
Please stop. You got
All right,
it.
come on. Do your business. 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 Bad Leo taking 110-12.
Get back.
All right, what else? Come on. What else? That is crazy, bro.
Hey, if you come over here, you're gonna go to jail.
Man, stop talking
Chill
to
out.
him. I'm right here. Stop talking to him. I'm right here. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah.
You like being on my back or what? You like being on my back or what?
bro.
You like being on my back or what? Yeah, I'm complying. What are we doing?
Put your hands behind your back.
I can, if you let me. If you let me, smart guy. Dumbass. Stupid ass. Oh, he's trying to be top. He's trying to be top. Weak ass guy. Get the off my back, man. What are we doing?
Yeah.
You don't even know what you're doing.
You did. You poured that bottle out and just dropped it. Dumbass.
Get up against the hood right there.
Stop it.
What are you doing?
I'm on the corner.
You're under arrest.
Bro, yo.
For battery on law
You still
enforcement.
twisting me off?
Battery? Yep. When you threw that cork at me.
What?
When I threw the cork at you?
Throwing stuff at people?
I'm gonna search you. Yep. I'm gonna took you out, didn't I?
I don't care.
Almost took you out, didn't I?
Get out, bro.
Let go! He not over there fighting you! Stop! 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 That's my twin! Stop!
I'm almost took you out, didn't I?
Stop!
Cut it the out.
Stop!
I almost took you out.
Stop!
You're weak!
Stop!
You're weak! You're weak! You're weak! You're weak!
Why the f is he hitting him? Why the f is he hitting him?
Chill out.
Why is he hitting him?
Let go of my hand!
Let go of my hand! Stop! 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 He hit my brother! Stop! Stop right now! Why are you hitting him? Why are you hitting him? Stop!
Bystander footage recorded from nearby tells part of the story as well. Some of those videos appeared to show the man already restrained when strikes were delivered during the confrontation. The differing perspectives from the footage and official reports have since become a central focus of the review that followed the arrest. During the struggle, officers also deployed a taser, which authorities say was used in an attempt to stop the resistance and bring the situation under control. Eventually, the officers were able to secure the man and place him fully under arrest. The suspect was later charged with several offenses. In addition to the original open container violation, he now faces a charge of battery on a law enforcement officer stemming from the alleged actions during the confrontation. As the video circulated publicly, questions quickly began to surface about how the situation escalated from a minor ordinance violation into a physical arrest involving multiple officers and the use of force. Because of those concerns, city officials confirmed that an internal review was launched to examine the incident in detail. The officer involved in the initial encounter has since been reassigned from normal patrol duties while the investigation is underway. Officials say this is a standard step during reviews involving the use of force, allowing investigators to determine whether department policies were followed during the arrest. Investigators will examine body camera footage, witness videos, officer statements, and other available evidence to understand exactly what happened during the interaction. They will also review whether the level of force used was appropriate under the circumstances. What began as a simple ordinance violation in the early morning hours quickly turned into a controversial arrest now under scrutiny. The outcome of the internal review will ultimately determine whether the actions taken during the encounter were consistent with department policies and training.
Pegou? Não. Quebrou meu vidro, mano. Não, pegou não. Aqui assim? Sem embaixo. Assim embaixo. Acho que ele veio pra tirar um dedo.
A horrifying dashcam footage shows the precise moment a typical ride-sharing trip in Sao Paulo, Brazil, devolved into a brutal struggle for survival. A robber found an opening and moved with startling speed while the car was sitting motionless in heavy, crowded traffic. He went over to the side of the vehicle and broke the passenger glass completely with a big tool. The goal of this smash-and-grab tactic is to stun victims with the sound of shattering glass so that the thief can grab phones or purses before anyone can respond. The passenger in this car, however, refused to be a helpless victim. The video captures the person fighting back against the attacker's reach during a brief but fierce struggle. Sensing the great risk, the driver remained calm and quickly accelerated when a tiny space in the traffic opened. The driver was able to free the victim from the attacker's hold and escape the nearby vicinity by flooring the gas. The robber was compelled to flee into the throng with nothing. Although it's difficult to gauge the psychological impact of such a blatant midday attack, local reports fortunately indicate that no injuries were reported. Being stuck in traffic with a shattered window is an absolute nightmare, so I feel awful for anyone who has to go through this. For this reason, I always advise passengers to avoid using their phones while the car is stopped and to keep their valuables out of sight.
Hey, drop the f***ing knife! Drop the knife! Drop the... Shots fired, shots fired. Suspect down, suspect down. Hey, get across the street, get across the street. Hey, come to me, come to me, come to me. All right, we're gonna walk up. I'm gonna hold lethal. You roll. You get a hand out.
Yep, I got it.
We'll get him in custody. Ready? Yep. Hey, Don't reach for that knife. All right? We gotta help you. Don't move, okay? Knife's out. Just grab the other arm, get him in custody. All right. Go ahead and send him straight to the scene. We got a female, looks like she's got some sort of stab wound to the arm. Male's down, multiple gunshots.
On August 29, 2005, approximately 7:43 in the evening, officers with the O'Fallon Police Department were dispatched to the 600 block of West Madison Street after receiving a report of a disturbance involving a man with a knife. Because the caller indicated that someone was actively being threatened, officers treated the situation as a dangerous and potentially life-threatening assault rather than a routine call. Units responded quickly, knowing that any delay could result in serious injury or worse. When the first officer arrived on scene, the situation had already turned violent. Outside the residence, 2 people were seen running away from the property in obvious distress. Both were covered in blood and appeared to have been stabbed. They were later identified as the suspect's wife and stepdaughter. The officer could see that they were injured but still able to move, and both were trying to get as far away from the house as possible. Only seconds behind them was 53-year-old Matthew Blank. He was still holding a knife and moving through the front yard in their direction. According to the officer's report, the weapon was clearly visible and the suspect did not appear to be slowing down. The officer immediately exited his patrol vehicle and gave loud, repeated commands for Blank to drop the knife. Those commands were given several times as the officer tried to stop him without using force. Despite the orders, Blank continued advancing while holding the weapon. With the 2 injured victims only a short distance away and the suspect still armed, the officer was forced to make a split-second decision, believing that the victims, himself, or anyone nearby could be in immediate danger. The officer fired his weapon. The shot struck Blank, causing him to fall to the ground in the front yard. Within moments, additional officers arrived to assist. Once the suspect was no longer moving, officers approached carefully, secured the knife, and began providing emergency medical aid. At the same time, other officers turned their attention to the 2 injured victims, who were still suffering from stab wounds. Paramedics were called to the scene and both victims were transported to a nearby hospital for treatment. Their injuries were serious but were later reported to be non-life-threatening. Officers and paramedics continued life-saving efforts on Blank at the scene, but despite those attempts, he was pronounced dead before he could be transported to the hospital. No officers were injured during the encounter, and investigators confirmed that the entire incident unfolded within a very short period of time, leaving little opportunity for a different outcome once the suspect refused to drop the weapon. Because the shooting involved a police officer, the O'Fallon Police Department requested the Illinois State Police handle the investigation, which is standard procedure in officer-involved shootings. Detectives reviewed body camera footage, witness statements, and the physical evidence collected at the scene, including the knife that Blank had been holding. After the investigation was completed, the findings were turned over to the St. Clair County State's Attorney's Office for review. Prosecutors examined the evidence to determine whether the officer's actions were justified under state law. On November 25, officials announced their decision, stating that the officer had acted lawfully and that the use of deadly force was justified based on the threat that was present at the time. As a result, no criminal charges were filed against the officer involved. The incident began as a disturbance call but quickly turned into a violent confrontation that left 1 person dead and 2 others injured. Investigators later noted that the officer was faced with a rapidly developing situation involving an armed suspect, injured victims, and an immediate threat, forcing him to act within seconds. What happened that evening on West Madison Street serves as another example how quickly domestic disputes can escalate into life-threatening encounters, and how officers responding to those calls often have to make critical decisions under extreme pressure with very little time to react.
कहाँ से आओ देगा गाड़ी दबा देगा तुम मत जाओ साइड में मैं कह रहा हूँ गाड़ी दबा देगा चालू गाड़ी मत दबाना साइड में मत लेना दबा देगा गाड़ी को मत जाना मैं तुम्हें रोक रहा हूँ मुझे साइड में डाल दी बोले साइड में तू गाड़ी मत दबा तू रुक जा वो साइड में डाल देगा गाड़ी उसकी साइड में गाड़ी डालेगा तू रुक जा कुछ मत कर चलने देगा पुलिस के साधन है नहीं है ये देखो वो डाल दी, देखो वो गई, वो देखो वो पटक दी है क्या? गाड़ी को नंबर ले लो, गाड़ी को नंबर ले लो आप। गाड़ी पुलिस चौकी अभी मत दबाना। MP RS MP 2456 अभी ये तुम्हें दबा देगा, इसलिए चक्कर में मत पड़ना। आगे रुकवा देगा, टिकल वो है, वो बलुआ पे। हाँ बलुआ पे लगाओ, ये कौन भाई?
In Madhya Pradesh, India, a terrifying video from February 28, 2026 shows a speeding truck pitting a car against its bumper. Instead of braking, the driver dragged the vehicle and its 3 passengers for nearly a mile. Local witnesses eventually chased the truck down and forced it to stop. The driver tried to flee on foot but was caught and detained by an angry crowd until police arrived. Miraculously, everyone inside the car emerged without being struck or wounded. I feel terrible for the victims because being dragged by a heavy truck is a total nightmare. This young woman was home alone when she suddenly started hearing strange noises coming from somewhere else in the house. At first, she tried to ignore it, telling herself it was probably nothing more than the wind outside or the normal creaks that old houses make at night. But the sounds didn't stop. In fact, they seemed to get louder, echoing down the hallway in a way that made the silence feel even heavier. What started as mild curiosity quickly turned into real uneasiness. Wanting to figure out what was causing it, she picked up her phone and began recording as she slowly walked down the hallway. You can hear the nervousness in her breathing as she moves closer, each step more hesitant than the last. Then without warning, something appears. For a split second, a pale face peeks out from behind a doorway at the end of the hall. It just stays there, staring at her, almost like it knows it's being watched. Then it suddenly pulls back out of sight, disappearing so fast it's hard to tell what you even saw. Right after that moment, the video cuts off, leaving the entire situation feeling even more unsettling. And that's where people started asking questions. If this really happened, why stop recording right then? Why not keep filming? Especially after catching something that disturbing on camera. Because of that, some viewers think the whole thing might have been staged, set up just to get reactions online. Still, real or fake, the clip is definitely creepy. So, what do you think? Did she capture something she wasn't supposed to see? Or was this just a well-planned scare for views? In the Vang Yang commune of Vietnam, a tractor-trailer driver narrowly escaped tragedy after disregarding warning signs and safety barriers. On the evening of March 6, 2026, the driver attempted to bypass a lowered crossing arm, but the vehicle stalled directly in the path of the SE8 passenger train. The resulting impact was so powerful that it split the truck completely in half, though miraculously the driver sustained only minor injuries. This serves as a somber reminder to always respect railway signals. This happened in Brazil, where we find us amidst the eerie atmosphere of the streets, surrounded by curious onlookers near a mysterious roadside cafe. It takes about 3 seconds for the familiar to be shattered. The footage captured in this sequence is a stark reminder how quickly a public space can turn into a scene of absolute chaos. While some initial reports label the driver's behavior as reckless, the sheer disregard for human life shown in the recording suggests a much deeper level of negligence. In a matter of seconds, what appeared to be a routine traffic situation escalated into a violent hit and run, leaving multiple victims and a crowd of shocked witnesses in its wake. The camera documents a driver who seems entirely out of place behind the wheel, making decisions that are as baffling as they are dangerous. dangerous. Rather than stopping to assess the damage or provide aid to those struck, the individual chose to accelerate and flee the scene, effectively turning a traffic accident into a serious criminal offense. The raw emotion of the situation is most evident in the reaction of one woman on the scene. Her fury is palpable and entirely justified given the senseless danger she and others were forced to endure. Since the footage went viral, local authorities have been using the digital evidence to track the vehicle's plates and identify the driver. It's highly likely that once apprehended, this individual will face a permanent loss of driving privileges and significant legal consequences. The recording serves as a chilling testament to the fact that some people simply lack the temperament or skill to be on the road, and their presence behind the wheel remains a constant threat to public safety. The world of outdoor vlogging is typically filled with golden hour landscapes, crackling campfires, and the serene quiet of the wilderness. For Taylor, a content creator known for his laid-back energy and adventurous spirit, a plan to house sit for a friend in Jacksonville, Florida seemed like the perfect low-stakes opportunity to create some urban camping content. The plan was simple and familiar. Watch the house while his buddy was away and use the driveway as a base camp to test out his truck camping setup with his loyal dog Lola and his sister's dog Parker. The video begins with the friendly, upbeat vibe that Taylor's audience has come to expect. He captures the excitement of the puppy playdate, picking up cousin Parker and heading toward the suburban neighborhood.
Alright guys, so me and Lola Pup are heading old downtown Jacksonville. We're gonna go ahead and do some truck camping. I've got a buddy that's actually leaving town. He asked me to house sit, so I'm gonna go ahead, head that way. First, I gotta go grab my sister's dog because old Grandpa Taylor here's gotta pick up cousin Parker because she's also going out of town. The puppies are gonna have some play dates. I know you guys are gonna ask this question, how do you go into grocery stores in Florida with a puppy and it's hot? Well, what you gotta do is have 2 sets of keys. So I'm just gonna go ahead, lock the truck, leave the truck running, have the AC rolling, and my baby girl is gonna be nice and cool. So we just made it to my buddy's crib. We've got whole little Parker buddy here. That's actually, whoa, Lola's cousin, so it's my sister's pup. And then we have got, where you at, Lola? She's over here exploring.
The sun is out, the dogs are panting happily, and Taylor even shares a clever Florida life hack for running errands with pets in the heat, keeping a spare set of keys so the truck can remain locked and running with the AC blasting while he pops into a store. It's the kind of wholesome, practical content that makes this channel a favorite for outdoor enthusiasts. Upon arriving at the buddy's crib, the atmosphere remains relaxed. Taylor settles into the rhythm of the evening, tending to the dogs and preparing a modest taco dinner in the back of his truck. As night falls over the Jacksonville suburbs, he feeds Lola, rolls out of the sleeping bags, and winds down for what he expects to be a quiet night under the stars, or at least under the streetlights. I will see you all in the morning. Good night, he tells the camera, clicking off the lights and settling into the small, cozy confines of the truck bed. However, the harsh unpredictability of an urban environment was about to shatter this peaceful scene. At approximately 2 a.m., the stillness of the neighborhood was punctured by a sound that no camper ever wants to hear, a series of unmistakable sharp cracks. The sound of high-caliber gunfire erupted just outside the thin metal walls of the truck. The proximity was terrifyingly close, the echoes bouncing off the nearby houses and the pavement of the driveway. In an instant, the video's tone pivots from lighthearted leisure to raw adrenaline-fueled survival. Taylor doesn't waste time on dramatization. The fear in his voice is genuine and hushed as he scrambles out of the truck. I don't know what the heck's going on, but I think I just heard some gunshots right outside my truck, he whispers to the camera. His movements hurried and frantic. He makes the immediate instinctive decision to abandon the vehicle and retreat into the relative safety of the house where the dogs are sleeping.
We are hitting the sheets. I will see y'all in the morning. Good night.
I don't know what the heck's going on, but I think I just heard some gunshots right outside my truck. I'm gonna go ahead and get in the house because I'm kind of freaked out right now. Oh.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning right now. We just heard some gunshots go off. I don't know what the heck's going on. And I have not seen any cops show up, so I I don't know if those were actually gunshots that went off, but I think we're gonna go ahead and just fall asleep on the couch inside this house. And I will see you guys in the morning.
Inside the house, the tension only grows. Taylor sits on the couch, peering through the blinds into the dark street. I've not seen any cops show up, he notes, his confusion mixing with a growing sense of unease. The lack of sirens, flashing blue lights, or any immediate emergency response makes the situation feel even more surreal, as if the violence occurred in a vacuum. He eventually decides to spend the rest of the night on the couch, unable to return to the exposed environment of the truck. The full weight of the danger wasn't realized until the following morning. Taylor received a text from his friend, the homeowner, who had been alerted by his Ring security cameras. The motion-activated sensors had triggered during the commotion, and upon reviewing the footage, the reality was confirmed. Several shots had been fired in the street just feet away from where Taylor had been sleeping. The camera had captured the muzzle flashes and the sound of a vehicle speeding away, yet no emergency services had responded to the area throughout the entire night. Watching the security footage back, Taylor is visibly shaken. The realization that he was separated from active gunfire by nothing more than a sheet of glass and a camper shell is a sobering thought. It's safe to say I will never house sit for my buddy again, he remarks, his typical casual wit, tinged with a newfound sense of caution.
For my buddy, the one that I'm house sitting for, he was asking if I was all right. I guess he got an alert. I forgot. He's got Ring cameras. Another one right there. I guess he got an alert because a loud noise went off, and when he looked back at the footage, there were gunshots that went off. From the footage that came from that general vicinity. It's crazy. According to that Ring footage, the cops never showed up, which is nuts. I think it's safe to say I will never house sit for my buddy again.
The neighborhood, which had seemed so mundane and safe just hours prior, had been tainted by the sudden intrusion of violence. The psychological impact of such an event is profound. There is a specific kind of dread that comes with knowing a life-threatening event occurred so close to you and went entirely unaddressed by the world at large. For Taylor, the incident serves as a stark reminder that danger doesn't always wear a monstrous face or hide in a dark forest. Sometimes, it's as simple as being in the wrong driveway at the wrong time. As the sun rises over Jacksonville, Taylor packs up his gear and the dogs, leaving the suburban street behind. The video ends not with a grand adventure, but with a quiet acknowledgement of a lucky escape, a reminder that safety is never guaranteed, even in your own backyard. This happened in a samgyeopsal restaurant in Dagupan City, Philippines, where the atmosphere is filled with an eerie charm that might just send shivers down your spine. What you're witnessing is a group of students immersed in a birthday celebration, but there's an eerie undertone lurking beneath the surface. As they gathered around a table, joy filled the air with laughter and the familiar tune of Happy Birthday. But in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when the stove erupted in a terrifying explosion. Everyone was taken by surprise. There were absolutely no signs that this was coming. Consequently, approximately 15 individuals sustained injuries during their harrowing experience, yet the complete details regarding the severity of their injuries remain undisclosed at the time of this video. At approximately 4:55 a.m., during what was ostensibly one of the most rigorous and strictly enforced lockdown periods within Washington's largest juvenile detention center, a security camera captured a sequence of events that investigators would later characterize as deeply disturbing. In the quiet pre-dawn hours, a high-risk inmate was systematically removed from his cell and escorted through the silent corridors to a cramped linen closet located deep within the facility. Moments later, digital recordings revealed this inmate alone with a very officer tasked with his secure custody. This was an elapse in a low-security environment. This was Green Hill School in Chehalis, Washington, a maximum security institution specifically designed to house young offenders convicted of the most serious and violent crimes. The facility is marketed as a fortress of rehabilitation, operating under a canopy of tight supervision with high-definition cameras, monitoring nearly every hallway, doorway, and common area. However, the footage that eventually leaked into the public domain suggested a reality that was vastly different from the one promised by administrators. The inmate at the center of this specific scandal was 22-year-old Robert Thompson. Thompson was no ordinary juvenile offender. He was serving a staggering 40-year sentence for a double homicide. His victims included a local shop owner named Sununjam and a former accomplice whom Thompson reportedly executed out of a paranoid fear that the individual might turn informant. Given this history of lethal violence, the state's protocol dictated that Thompson be kept under the highest level of control at all times. Despite these clear mandates, internal records obtained by investigative teams revealed a breakdown in the chain of command. On the morning in question, a different officer bypassed security blocks to release Thompson from his cell. The justification entered into the official logbook was suspiciously mundane. Thompson had supposedly been requested to tidy up the linen area. This explanation immediately sparked red flags for security experts. In high-security detention centers, violent offenders are virtually never permitted to move freely during the graveyard shift, particularly for menial custodial tasks that could be easily handled by staff or low-risk trustees during daylight hours. Yet Thompson was allowed to enter that small linen closet, where a night shift officer named Emily Baker was already waiting. The two remained behind the closed door, shielded from the direct view of the hallway cameras, for approximately 18 minutes. The incident might have remained a dark secret of the night shift, if not for the existence of an internal recording from inside the room. This footage documented a private encounter that flagrantly violated every professional boundary and Department of Corrections rule. At one point in the video, a distinct knock is heard at the door, but the pair did not immediately cease their meeting. Instead, the recording continued until Baker received a phone call. Her demeanor on the line was visibly tense as she apologized to the caller, who investigators believe was the same staff member who had facilitated Thompson's release earlier that morning. The mystery surrounding this breach was profound. Green Hill School was engineered to be an apex of security, with a web of cameras and strict post assignments, an inmate remaining out of their cell for nearly 20 minutes during lockdown should have triggered an immediate response. Instead, this incident suggested a systemic culture of complicity. As investigators dug into the facility's recent history, they realized the linen closet video was part of a much larger pattern. Only months prior, another officer named Michelle Goodman had been caught in a strikingly similar compromise with an inmate inside an employee locker room. While Goodman was dismissed, the full gravity of the situation only surfaced during a subsequent civil lawsuit that exposed yet another recording of the misconduct. These repeated failures pointed to a rot within the institutional culture. Legal proceedings eventually moved forward, with Goodman admitting to custodial misconduct, the specific legal charge for correctional staff who engaged in inappropriate relationships with those in their charge. Emily Baker also pleaded guilty to charges stemming from the linen closet incident. For Baker, the judicial response was uncharacteristically severe for the department. She was sentenced to several years in state prison, a rare instance of a guard being forced to trade their uniform for an inmate's jumpsuit. The investigation's reach extended even further, uncovering that these officers hadn't just compromised security through relationships, they had also turned the facility into a sieve for contraband. Both Baker and Goodman were found to have smuggled prohibited items into the prison, ranging from mobile phones to illegal narcotics. These discoveries confirmed the public's worst fears. The rules meant to keep both the inmates and the community safe were being treated as optional by the people who paid to uphold them. Fortunately, the escalating scandal reached a boiling point that forced the hand of state leadership. The governor's office announced a sweeping overhaul of the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, the agency overseeing Green Hill. New administrators were installed with a mandate to purge the corrupt culture, and a series of policy shifts were proposed to enhance staff training and technical supervision. However, the financial and human cost of the negligence has been staggering. Since 2020, the state of Washington has been forced to pay out more than $18 million in legal settlements related to incidents at Green Hill School. One of the most tragic and costly cases occurred in April 2025, when the state settled for $12 million with the family of a young inmate who died from a fentanyl overdose while in custody. To critics, the linen closet video and the locker room tapes are not isolated incidents of bad judgment. They are a small, visible glimpse into a much larger, darker reality of a facility that has repeatedly failed its mission. Today, while Greeno remains under a microscope, experts warn that the road to rebuilding public trust will be long and arduous, requiring years of transparency that the institution has yet to consistently provide. This happened in India. This footage may seem ordinary initially, but keep watching. Right from the start, there's an unsettling vibe in this video, especially with the elephant's intense anger. The noise it produced was haunting, and then we dive into the unsettling reason behind the blurring of a certain part of the elephant. No, I haven't lost my edge by softening the details. I did so because I noticed he was pulling a man the whole time. This is no joke. It's hard to explain what unfolded, but I can assure you it was something I've never encountered before, and there was no mistaking it. A man known for his thrilling live streams on TikTok chose this day to venture into the eerie realm of Omegle, engaging with strangers from across the globe in a spine-chilling encounter. As he conversed with the two boys, an unexpected and chilling event unfolded. Prepare yourself to dive into the chilling visuals.
Hola muchachos, ¿cómo andan? Para, yo a ustedes los conozco.
Pues a Argentina no hemos ido, ¿eh?
Sí, yo los conozco. ¿Vos no te llamas Javi? ¿Y vos sos Juan o no? ¿Son de España o no?
Mi nombre lo pone ahí, que es mi cuarto, pero...
¿Son de España o no? ¿De Madrid?
Sí. Sí.
Sí, yo que ustedes no lo...
Pero podrás dar la IP.
crean.
¿Tienes nuestra IP? ¿Eres de esos que buscan la IP y esas cosas? ¿Qué haces?
¿Tienes nuestra IP? ¿Eres de esos que buscan la IP y esas cosas? ¿Qué haces?
Chicos, ¿les puedo hacer una consulta? ¿Ustedes qué estaban haciendo en su casa?
Pues nada. Esperar, que ahora vamos a salir de fiesta. Estoy solo en casa y le he invitado.
¿Solo?
Sí, solo. ¿El gato? Bueno, con él. El gato que está abajo.
No puede ser, chicos. Yo vi que esa puerta que está enfrente se movió.
¿Cuál es esta? ¿La de Javi?
Sí. Yo vi... No. Yo vi que la puerta que está enfrente suyo se movió.
Esa de ahí, nada.
Les juro que vi que esa puerta se movió.
No, mira. Les estaba vacilando, o sea.
No, chicos, no. Yo lo vi con mis propios ojos. Yo vi que esa puerta de manera lenta se abrió y luego se cerró bruscamente, chicos.
Nos intenta meter miedo,
No les estoy mintiendo ni por mucho menos, por favor. Yo les juro que por mis ojos, por lo que más tengo en mi vida, que esa puerta se movió.
Es imposible, no hay nada. Así que, y mi gato está abajo, es imposible que se mueva nada. Nos estaba tirando esto. Literalmente es el típico... Se ha quedado pillado. ¿Qué le pasa?
Atrás suyo hay alguien.
¿Cómo que atrás? ¡Me cago en la puta! Es imposible, no hay nada. Así que, y mi gato está abajo, es imposible que se mueva nada. Nos estaba tirando esto. Literalmente es el típico... Se ha quedado pillado. ¿Qué le pasa?
Atrás suyo hay alguien.
¿Cómo que atrás? ¡Me cago en la puta!
The man caught sight of a door creeping open behind the boys, sending a chill down his spine. When he inquired with the boys, they insisted they were the only ones in the house. One of them ventured into the darkness but discovered nothing lurking in the shadows. In a chilling twist, the door shifted once more. Suddenly, the man caught sight of a dark, shadowy figure looming ominously behind the boys. In a state of sheer terror, he frantically described the horrifying sights before him. Initially, skepticism filled the air, but as they finally turned to face the source, a chilling dread gripped them, leaving them paralyzed with fear. In that chilling instant, the live stream abruptly went dark. The boys vanished without a trace, leaving behind an unsettling mystery that would haunt the town forever. Countless viewers are convinced that the figure lurking in the background was an actual spirit. What are your thoughts on this? Let me know in the comments down below. In March 2015, the bustling streets of Kabul, Afghanistan became the backdrop for an event so harrowing it would eventually be labeled as one of the most disturbing instances of mob violence ever documented and disseminated across the global internet. The victim was Farkhunda Malikzada, a 27-year-old woman whose life and aspirations stood in stark contrast to the brutal end she met. Known to her community as a deeply devout individual, Farkhunda was a student of Islamic law and a dedicated volunteer teacher. She possessed a sharp intellect and a fierce determination, harboring the lifelong dream of one day serving as a judge in Kabul's legal system. Those who knew her best described her as a woman of immense principle, never hesitant to speak out when she witnessed an injustice or a violation of her faith. On the 19th of March, just days before the arrival of the Afghan New Year, a time traditionally associated with renewal and the coming of spring, Farkhunda left her home to attend a routine Quran study class. Her family expected a normal afternoon, anticipating her return so they could begin the customary preparations for the holiday festivities. However, destiny took a dark turn as she walked back through the city center. She stopped at the SHOUTOUT Shamshira Shrine, a prominent religious landmark, where she encountered a man selling small charms and slips of paper that he claimed were inscribed with sacred protective verses. Farkhunda, with her formal education in religious law, viewed this practice as a deceptive and superstitious exploitation of the faithful. She approached the man and firmly told him that this business was improper and that she intended to report his activities to the shrine's caretaker. The confrontation sparked an immediate and defensive rage in the vendor. To deflect her accusations and protect his livelihood, the man began screaming to the surrounding crowd that Farkhunda had burned a copy of the Quran. This claim was a complete fabrication, yet in the highly charged atmosphere of the busy market, the mere utterance of such a blasphemous act was enough to ignite a wildfire of chaos. Within minutes, a massive crowd began to form around the shrine. Many individuals accepted the vendor's lie without a moment of hesitation or inquiry, while others were drawn into the frenzy simply by the sound of the shouting and the spectacle of the gathering mob. The situation deteriorated with terrifying speed. Reports later indicated that the shrine's caretaker, rather than de-escalating the conflict, allegedly added scorched pieces of paper to the scene to reinforce the illusion that a sacred text has been desecrated. This manufactured evidence further galvanized the crowd's fury. While police officers did eventually arrive on the scene and attempted to lead Farkhunda to safety, the momentum of the mob had already become an unstoppable force. Before the authorities could extract her from the area, members of the crowd lunged forward, dragging her from the police and into the open street. What followed was a prolonged and savage act of communal violence that was recorded on dozens of mobile phones by witnesses, many of whom watched the assault without intervening. The brutality of the attack eventually ended at a nearby riverbank, where Farkhunda's body was set on fire before the perpetrators fled the scene. As the horrific videos began to circulate on social media, the initial public reaction was divided. Some, blinded by the false narrative of the vendor, initially praised the attackers as defenders of the faith. However, the truth was unearthed at a quick pace. Exhaustive investigations by both religious scholars and legal authorities confirmed that there was absolutely no evidence that Farkhunda had ever harmed a religious text. To the contrary, her entire life had been a testament to her respect for the Quran. This revelation sent shockwaves of outrage throughout Afghanistan and the international community, leading to unprecedented protests demanding accountability. In a historic and symbolic break from tradition, women in Kabul insisted on carrying Farkhunda's coffin during her funeral, a role traditionally reserved exclusively for men. This act became a powerful symbol of the fight for women's rights and the rejection of mob rule. In the judicial aftermath, more than 50 individuals were arrested, including several police officers who were charged with failing to fulfill their duty to protect the victim. While 49 people stood trial and 4 men were initially sentenced to death, the legal conclusion of the case left many feeling that justice was incomplete. During the appeals process, the death sentences were commuted, and many prison terms were significantly reduced or overturned due to claimed insufficient evidence, a move that deeply angered activists and human rights groups. Fearing for their own lives after the case became a flashpoint for controversy, Farkhunda's family eventually fled their homeland and resettled in Tajikistan. Today, the recordings of that day remain some of the most haunting artifacts on the internet. They serve as a grim, permanent reminder of how a single swift motion of misinformation, combined with the volatility of mob psychology, can lead to a tragedy that is as irreversible as it is senseless. The footage of Farkunda is no longer just a document of a crime, it's a warning to the world about the lethal power of a lie. A girl from Argentina runs a Twitch channel where she streams video games and shares glimpses of her daily life, captivating her audience with every moment. In 2021, she went live and began engaging with strangers from all corners of the globe on Omegle. But during that stream, an eerie and unsettling figure emerged behind her, and she remained completely oblivious to its presence. Prepare yourself and pay attention to every detail in the video.
Ay, bueno, tocando la guitarra. Ahora estoy grabando para YouTube.
A ver, ¿te puedo buscar?
Sí, feromona, también debería de figurar y YouTube es más para pelotudear. Ay, bueno, tocando la guitarra.
Ah, la bestia, yo te conozco.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí.
Initially, everything seems perfectly normal, but there's an unsettling feeling lurking just beneath the surface. As the footage is magnified and clarified, particularly in the mirror's reflection, a sinister, shadowy figure emerges, ominously perched on the bed, moving with an unsettling slowness. Yet on the opposite side of the bed, a dark piece of fabric or perhaps a bag lies eerily still, almost watching. It was lurking in the shadows. Not standing upright, it doesn't match the eerie silhouette lurking in the mirror's reflection. The girl remained oblivious to the lurking shadow that watched her every move. However, when she subsequently re-uploaded the stream to her channel, viewers started flooding her with messages about the ominous black figure. When she finally laid eyes on it, a chill ran down her spine. She insists she has no clue what it might be. So, what do you think lurked in that reflection? In March of 2026, a Brazilian hospital captured something absolutely terrifying. Take a look.
Homem, tem um cara em cima. Vai cair em cima aqui, ó. Vai cair aqui em cima. Quem é essa?
Of all the unsettling hazards one might expect in a medical facility, a patient plummeting through the ceiling is perhaps the most surreal. This bizarre footage, which quickly migrated from hospital security servers to the wider internet, captures a moment of pure architectural and medical chaos. According to investigative reports, following the incident, the individual involved was a patient who was unfortunately experiencing a profound mental health crisis and acute disorientation. While it seems physically impossible to fall from a ceiling, the mechanics of modern hospital construction provide a tragic explanation. Most clinical wings utilize drop ceilings, a grid of lightweight acoustic tiles designed to hide a plenum space filled with oxygen lines, electrical wiring, and ventilation ducts. In a state of extreme delirium or ICU psychosis, patients may perceive their room as a threat and attempt to elope or escape. By climbing onto a bed rail or medical equipment, they can push aside a tile and hoist themselves into the dark void above. The danger lies in the fact that the plenum has no floor. It's merely a web of thin metal tracks and fragile fiberboards. Once the patient crawls away from the structural support beams, the tiles beneath them inevitably give way under their weight. The result is a terrifying visual scene in the video, a sudden explosive collapse of debris followed by a person falling several feet onto the hard floor below. Fortunately, in this specific case, hospital staff were able to intervene and provide immediate medical and psychiatric care. The footage remains a haunting reminder of how a state of total disorientation can turn even the most secure environment into a dangerous vertical maze. This video in Indonesia captured some unsettling train footage. Observe. In a moment of sheer disorientation caught on a dashboard camera, a woman found herself driving directly against the established flow of traffic, leading to a harrowing head-on encounter. The scene is unique because the train involved wasn't a high-speed locomotive on a restricted track, but rather a slow-moving tourist-style excursion train, similar to those found at fairs or museums, that shares the roadway with local vehicles. In these specific zones, traffic is designed to flow in parallel with the tracks. The footage reveals the exact second the driver realized her error. As a large, vibrantly painted engine loomed in her windshield, she appeared to freeze in a state of sudden panic. The resulting collision was jarring, yet miraculously, the woman walked away with only minor injuries. The low speed of the museum train likely prevented what could have been a much more catastrophic outcome. It serves as a stark 24 frame per second reminder that even in seemingly low-speed recreational areas, a single moment of lost focus can lead to a life-changing incident. Always keep your eyes on the road and stay alert to local traffic patterns. It was a mundane Friday afternoon in downtown Long Beach, California, a time when the streets are typically filled with professionals heading into the weekend and locals enjoying the coastal breeze. Surveillance footage from a storefront captures the exact moment this peace was shattered. The video shows a woman, later identified as Rebecca Peterson, walking calmly along the sidewalk. She is the picture of ordinary urban life, focused on her destination and seemingly unaware of any threat. However, within the frame, a man is seen sitting on a nearby bench, watching her intently. As she passes, he stands up in a swift motion and begins to trail her. Seconds later, he rushes forward, lunging at her from behind and knocking her violently to the ground, while bystanders cry out in a mixture of shock and confusion. What makes this specific footage so deeply unsettling to viewers is the sheer normalcy of the environment just moments before the violence erupted. The street was active, local businesses were open for the afternoon rush, and pedestrians were navigating the area just as they would on any other weekday. There was no obvious tension or warning sign. Peterson later recounted that she had absolutely no inkling that anyone was following her. In a crowded city, the presence of someone walking behind you is so common that it rarely registers as a red flag. She was simply a woman going about her day until she was suddenly forced into a fight for her physical safety. The surveillance camera documented the mechanics of the assault with chilling clarity. The attacker grabbed Peterson with enough force to send her off balance, pinning her toward the pavement. For the victim, the initial sensation was not fear, but profound disbelief. She later explained that her brain initially struggled to categorize the event, wondering if a friend was playing a bizarre and poorly timed practical joke. That fleeting hope vanished instantly when she realized the man's grip was tightening and he had no intention of letting her go. As she scrambled to turn away and break his hold, the raw force of the struggle sent her crashing to the concrete. However, the narrative of the video shifted from a tragedy to an act of communal heroism due to the intervention of a nearby citizen. An older man who had been sitting just a few yards away witnessed the attack from its first second. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose to his feet and charged toward the struggle. This bystander was armed with pepper spray and utilized it with tactical precision, aiming directly at the assailant. The sudden, stinging distraction of the chemical spray forced the attacker to recoil and release his grip on Peterson. That brief window of opportunity was all she needed. As the suspect backed away in a daze, the bystander stood his ground, creating a protective barrier between the victim and her predator. The suspect, realizing he had lost the element of surprise and was now facing an armed and determined defender, turned and fled the scene at a quick pace. Peterson was left physically shaken but alive, save from potentially much worse injuries. In the immediate aftermath, the emotional weight of the encounter hit her with full force. As witnesses gathered around to offer help, Peterson remained in a state of shock, repeatedly asking those nearby what had just happened. The event had unfolded with such terrifying speed that her mind was still catching up to the physical reality of the assault. Fortunately, the search for the assailant did not drag on. Using the clear images provided by the surveillance cameras and the witness statements, the Long Beach Police Department launched an immediate manhunt. Within hours of the Friday afternoon attack, investigators tracked down and arrested 30-year-old Miguel Isa. Authorities revealed that Isa was a person living without stable housing and was officially taken into custody on suspicion of battery. Further investigation allowed police to connect him to an unrelated theft case involving personal property, suggesting a pattern of predatory behavior in the downtown area. The arrest, while providing a sense of legal closure, did little to quiet the growing anxiety among Long Beach residents. The video's viral spread served as a lightning rod for a much larger conversation about public safety in the neighborhood. Business owners and locals spoke to reporters about a perceived surge in violent encounters, describing a community on edge. One business owner shared a story of being struck with a bottle during a random confrontation, while another resident detailed a harrowing morning attack on a person walking their dog that resulted in a lengthy hospital stay. These anecdotes painted a picture of a downtown area struggling with a complex set of social and safety challenges. Refusing to be a silent victim, Rebecca Peterson eventually decided to go public with her story. Her goal was not to dwell on the trauma but to serve as a cautionary voice for others. While she expressed eternal gratitude for the brave man who stepped in with pepper spray, she admitted that the experience fundamentally altered her worldview. Everyday activities she once took for granted now required a heightened state of awareness. Nevertheless, Peterson chose to channel her experience into advocacy, encouraging other women to prioritize personal safety by learning self-defense techniques and carrying protective tools like the one that saved her life. Today, the footage from that Long Beach sidewalk remains a staple in social media platforms and news archives. It serves as a stark reminder of how quickly the mundane can turn into the miraculous or the monstrous. This happened in the center of Jula Gura, Poland. You see a hot air balloon. What's your guess on what transpires next? A hot air balloon filled with 3 unsuspecting women collided violently with a residential building, sending one of them hurtling through the air from the basket and creeping onto the rooftop. She met a haunting fate, slipping away despite desperate attempts to bring her back. The other women withdrew to the hospital, nursing minor injuries, managing to escape without any life-threatening harm. The situation is deeply unsettling and authorities are still looking into the matter. This chilling footage was posted by an individual who asserts that he has begun to hear eerie sounds emanating from his basement, yet he remains baffled about the exact source of the noises. On this eerie day, he heard the chilling noise again, but this time it was much louder, sending shivers down his spine. He felt a chilling certainty that the basement was completely empty. With a shaky hand, he snatched his phone, hit record, and ventured into the darkness to uncover what lurked below. What unfolded next was absolutely chilling.
Oh my... What are you doing there? Who are you?
I got you good.
Oh yes you did. Oh, you got my heart good.
A chill ran down the man's spine as he unexpectedly caught sight of his daughter lurking behind him. It was clear that she was setting him up for a terrifying surprise, but the genuinely terrifying moment came when he ascended the stairs and a ball was inexplicably hurled at him from nowhere. The man is now convinced that something sinister lurks in his basement. Yet numerous commenters insisted he should swiftly dispose of the dolls in his home, warning that an abundance of dolls might draw in malevolent spirits and phantoms. What are your thoughts on this? In Miami's Little Havana neighborhood, Planet Fitness's interior is usually a place of routine and personal development, where patrons anticipate some peace and tranquility. But on December 12, 2025, an encounter that would quickly become one of the most divisive and extensively discussed videos on the internet upended that atmosphere. The women's locker room, a place where tensions are especially delicate, is where the altercation started. Witness accounts and later police records indicate that the disruption began when a female member started yelling and acting strangely, making other gym patrons uncomfortable right away. A male employee was assigned to deal with the behavior after the gym personnel was informed that the issue was getting worse. De-escalating the loudness and making sure the facility remained a comfortable place for all members was his regular goal for every service setting. However, the exchange became antagonistic as soon as he went up to the person to request a quieter volume and more polite behavior. In an instant, the woman turned hostile, invading the worker's personal space and getting into a heated verbal altercation. The employee allegedly employed a mild, open-handed push to put some distance between himself and the irate member in an effort to keep a professional distance and safeguard his own physical limits. This action served as a spark rather than a way to calm the rage. The woman reacts more violently, constantly yelling at the employee not to touch her, according to security footage and several smartphone recordings made by bystanders. As the atmosphere in the gym reached a fever pitch, she started pacing and challenging him, basically daring him to interact with her once more. The scene shifted from the locker room area to the front desk, where it seemed for a split second that the fight might be over. The woman, identified as 35-year-old Kiara Bryant, according to police records, sat down and calmly started putting on her shoes. It appeared to onlookers to be a typical retreat after a furious argument, but this was only the calm before the storm. With unexpected athleticism, Bryant leaped over the tall front counter and attacked the worker physically. The assault was brutal and unexpected. The employee tried to protect himself and back away, but it was hard to avoid the punches because of the little space behind the desk. The worker had serious injuries by the time the altercation was broken up, including a broken nose and numerous facial cuts that necessitated an urgent trip to the hospital for treatment. Bryant tried to walk to the parking lot to exit the area after the attack. However, the Miami Police Department, who had been called by several witnesses, arrived and prevented her from leaving. According to reports, Bryant was surprisingly open when questioned by responding cops, acknowledging the physical altercation. She was arrested and initially charged with misdemeanor violence and disorderly conduct with a comparatively cheap $150 bond. The gym immediately took internal action by permanently canceling her membership, but as the video went viral, the legal details of the case generated a heated debate on social media. A fractured nose and a deliberate jump over a counter should have been grounds for a felony-level aggravated violence conviction rather than a misdemeanor, according to thousands of viewers who voiced shock at the first allegations. Later, the victim's attorney went public and expressed the hope that prosecutors would reconsider the seriousness of the accusations in light of the medical proof of the injuries sustained. The matter is still being discussed in court as of early 2026, with lawyers examining the intent behind the jump over the counter to decide whether to press charges. The unpredictability of public areas is starkly illustrated by this episode. It demonstrates how, in a matter of minutes, a straightforward gym policy enforcement can turn into a criminal case that might change people's lives. For the member, it was a moment of uncontrollable emotion that led to a permanent criminal record and a viral notoriety. For the employee, it was a day at work that ended in surgery. It serves as a frightening reminder that every public outburst in the modern era is probably being captured on camera, and the repercussions of those brief moments of losing control can last a lifetime. Body cam footage shows things heating up after an officer pulled this individual over, but not the way you're used to seeing body cam footage on this channel. What began as a routine traffic stop quickly escalated into a high-stakes foot pursuit characterized by a sequence of events that seems better suited for a Hollywood action sequence than a suburban police report.
Michael, you want to hop out of the car for me real quick? He's suspended. The car smells like weed. I'm just going to do a search. You don't need to my bag? Yeah, just leave it there. Leave it there.
Marquise, get him back! Go get him, bro. Go get him. Run, bro! Stop fighting. Bro, it's a zipper, bro. Stop! I'll shoot! It's not that serious, bro. Hey, HP3, you good? Help! Stop! Stop! Get down! Get down!
Get down. It's my bag. It's my bag. Put the phone down. Lay down on your stomach. Can you please say? Lay down on your stomach.
The encounter commenced when a male passenger was asked to step out of the vehicle after officers detected a distinct herbal odor emanating from the cabin. Sensing the situation was shifting, the man became visibly anxious, questioning whether his personal bag would be subject to a search. At the precise moment he realized the officers intended to inspect the bag, he made a split-second decision. He tossed the bag back to the driver and took off at a quick pace. The ensuing foot chase took an incredibly cinematic turn when a passing Uber driver, witnessing the struggle, pulled alongside the pursuing officer and offered him a lift. In a swift motion, the officer jumped into the passenger seat of the civilian vehicle to close the distance. This improvised patrol car allowed the officer to perform a rare drive-by, tasing while the suspect was still in mid-stride. The deployment was successful and the man was neutralized and taken into custody without further incident. Following the arrest, authorities discovered that the bag contained a significant quantity of illicit materials. The suspect was subsequently hit with a barrage of legal consequences, including charges for felony possession of a controlled substance and resisting arrest with violence. The body camera footage from this chase remains a viral sensation, serving as a visceral example of how unpredictable law enforcement encounters can become and the surprising ways in which citizens sometimes step in to assist during a crisis. Inside a quiet government hearing room in Washington, D.C., what began as a routine political session on March 4, 2026 suddenly transformed into a chaotic scene that has since permeated the global digital landscape. Cameras captured the moment a man in the audience stood and broke the decorum of a Senate Armed Services Subcommittee hearing, his voice echoing with an intensity that immediately halted the proceedings. The individual, identified as Brian McGinnis, a Marine veteran from North Carolina, utilized the platform to launch a vocal protest against current U.S. foreign policy, specifically criticizing American military involvement in Middle Eastern conflicts and the ongoing war with Iran. For several tense seconds, McGinnis remained standing, shouting that American soldiers should not be sent to fight in wars he believed were being waged on behalf of other nations. The room, filled with high-ranking military leaders and U.S. senators, became a theater of visible discomfort. As McGinnis continued his demonstration, security personnel from the U.S. Capitol Police began to close in. However, the situation took an unprecedented turn when Republican Senator Tim Sheehy of Montana left his seat to assist officers in the physical removal of the protester. The confrontation quickly turned into a violent struggle as McGinnis resisted being escorted from the chamber. In the viral footage, a sickening audible snap can be heard as a group reached the doorway. Witnesses began screaming in horror, with one bystander yelling that a sitting senator had just broken the hand of a Marine. McGinnis himself is heard through the pain, shouting that his left arm had been broken while officers continued their efforts to restrain him in the hallway. The scene following the extraction was one of absolute confusion. Security personnel ordered bystanders to clear the area as medical attention was called for the injured veteran. Despite the trauma, McGinnis continued to shout political slogans while pinned to the ground, his forearm visibly displaced. While the U.S. Capitol Police later stated that officers and the senator were following standard procedures to de-escalate a disruptive situation, the specific mechanics of the injury remain a point of fierce dispute. Some witnesses alleged that McGinnis's arm became trapped in the heavy door frame as he was being forced down, while others pointed to the physical leverage used during the restraint as a primary cause. The fallout from the incident was immediate. McGinnis was taken into custody and subsequently charged with 3 counts of assault on a police officer, along with resisting arrest and disrupting a government proceeding. Following the confrontation, he underwent surgery to repair fractures to both his ulna and radius, which required the surgical placement of plates and screws. Meanwhile, Senator Sheehy defended his actions on social media, characterizing McGinnis as an unhinged protester and claiming he stepped in to prevent further violence. The video has triggered a national debate over the boundaries of protest and the appropriate use of force within the halls of Congress. Civil liberties groups have argued that while the interruption was unlawful, the physical response was disproportionate and resulted in a permanent injury to a combat veteran exercising his perceived right to free speech. Conversely, government officials have emphasized that strict security protocols are necessary to protect the integrity of legislative hearings involving sensitive military data. Today, the footage continues to serve as a visceral illustration of the emotional and political fractures currently facing the nation. For many, the sight of a veteran in dress uniform being physically broken inside the very building he once swore to protect represents a watershed moment in the intersection of national policy, veteran rights, and the raw intensity of modern political dissent. A woman shared a terrifying video on her account that rapidly gained traction, amassing over 6 million views in no time at all. One day, while she was at home capturing her daughter's playful moments, an eerie and shocking event unfolded. Take a look. Out of nowhere, the little girl's leg jerked unnaturally as if something unseen was yanking it back. Many commenters expressed disbelief, insisting that the child couldn't have moved her leg in such a way by herself, suggesting instead that a hidden force was responsible for the pull. Numerous viewers urged the mother to evacuate the house immediately, filled with dread for her daughter's well-being. What do you make of this? Aurea Mayer was involved in a catastrophic catastrophe that rocked the skiing world on January 29, 1994 at a World Cup downhill event in Garmisch-Partenkirchen, Germany. Mayer was an accomplished Austrian alpine ski racer with a reputation for aggressiveness and speed. The fast-paced ice finish circumstances that day made for a high-speed run. Mayer was in a solid position as she got closer to the finish line. Both onlookers and pundits commented on how amazing and self-assured her pace was. Then, catastrophe came out of nowhere.
Super schnell. Und dann, kurz oberhalb des Ziels, der fürchterliche Sturz, ohne Vorankündigung. Entsetzen im Zielraum bei der bis dahin führenden Amerikanerin Picabo Street. Sturzursache ein Fahrfehler, der rechte Ski, er verschneidet. Und dann ist da aber kein Sturzraum, sondern weicher Neuschnee. Der Helm wird abgerissen, der Kopf ungeschützt gegen Zwischenzeitnahme und Ski. Erhebt sich natürlich die Frage nach den Sicherheitsvorkehrungen.
Her ski unexpectedly became stuck in the snow just above the finish line. In softer unpacked snow, that provided little useful runout. Rather than on a hard surface intended to safely slow runners, Mayer was thrown abruptly from her skis after losing control and falling quickly. Her helmet fell off during the descent, causing her head to hit the ground with catastrophic impact. At the finish, the audience reacted with terror. It was instantly apparent that this was not your typical wipeout. Mayer suffered severe injuries and eventually passed away as a result of the collision. Serious concerns were raised by the event regarding safety regulations at high-speed racetracks, especially in the transition areas close to the finish line where a racer starts to choose stability over speed. When Aurea Mayer passed away, she was just 25 years old. She was a successful athlete with several World Cup starts and impressive outcomes. Respected on the circuit for her skill and commitment, her terrible crash is still regarded as one of the most devastating events in professional alpine skiing. It has sparked ongoing conversations regarding safety barriers in high-risk areas, protective gear, and course design. In China, a chilling incident unfolded when an indoor gas cylinder unexpectedly fell, igniting a fierce fire. The chilling incident unfolded as a man shifted a chair, sending the tank crashing down and causing the hose to rip free. The gas erupted into flames right in the same room as a child, yet somehow there were no injuries reported. This chilling footage was captured in Mexico. In the chilling footage, a woman and her daughter find themselves alone in their home. In the dead of night, a mother dares to engage in a chilling Mexican spirit game known as Sara Sarita. In this chilling game, coins are tossed as the name Sara Sarita is whispered over and over in a shadowy setting. As the daughter captured her mother in the midst of play, a eerie occurrence unfolded unexpectedly.
No. Sarita, ¿podemos entrar al juego? Sí.
The mother felt a chilling presence as an eerie sound echoed from behind her. A chilling sensation crept over her as she felt an unseen presence brush against her from behind. Following that chilling encounter, the daughter couldn't resist the urge to dive into the game herself. What unfolded next was absolutely chilling. Keep watching.
Sarita, tengo novio. Ay, Regina. Luis. Sarita. ¿Alguien más que sabe quién es Lidia? Como por... Ay, Regina, la tiras que sí. La quieres aventar hasta la otra cuadra. Sarita. Tal vez.
Tal vez.
¿Qué pasó?
¿Qué pasó? Te juro que una mano.
¿Qué pasó?
No mames, Regina.
Tal vez.
Without warning, a hand emerged ominously over the girl's shoulder. The mother leaped from her spot, shrieking in sheer terror as she caught sight of that hand. The woman firmly claims that she and her daughter were utterly isolated in their home. There are those who claim they truly managed to call forth Sierra's spirit using this game. What are your thoughts on this? A high-definition body camera recording from a police officer on a Florida beach captured a sequence of events that would eventually spark a massive debate across social media regarding the boundaries of public and private life. The footage begins as officers traverse the sand toward a woman sitting in a swift motion of calm near the shoreline. At first glance, the interaction appears entirely routine. An officer politely asks the woman if she has a moment to speak, explaining that the department had received multiple calls from concerned citizens who had been in the immediate vicinity. According to the reports, something unusual and inappropriate had taken place near the water's edge just moments prior. The woman, appearing genuinely caught off guard by the sudden police presence, asks for clarification. She maintains that she had simply been sitting by the water enjoying the afternoon and insists that there was no one around her at the time. However, the lead officer remains persistent, calmly detailing the nature of the complaints. He explains that a family with young children walking nearby had witnessed her behavior and felt extremely uncomfortable with what they believed they saw happening in a public space. As the conversation progresses, the woman's tone shifts from mild confusion to palpable frustration. She repeatedly questions how anyone could have been disturbed if she was alone in her chosen spot. At this critical juncture, the officer asks if she would be willing to disclose the contents of the bag she was carrying. After a momentary hesitation, she agrees and begins to offer her side of the story. She admits to having a personal device in her possession, but remains adamant that she believed she had found a private enclave where she was shielded from view. She explains to the officers that she had been sitting near the water's edge, heavily covered by a large towel, and was under the impression that her activities were not visible to the public. This admission fundamentally changes the trajectory of the police interaction. The officer briefly steps away to consult with his partner, noting that the woman has acknowledged the core of the complaint. In the background of the body cam footage, the woman can be heard in a repetitive cycle of worry, stating that she truly did not realize anyone could see her. She becomes increasingly anxious about the legal ramifications, specifically asking if this encounter will result in a formal citation or a quick pace toward an arrest. The officers explained that their response was mandated by the public nature of the behavior. Even if an individual believes they are unobserved, Florida's legal statutes regarding public indecency and disorderly conduct often hinge on the potential for the public to witness the act, especially in shared spaces like beaches, parks, and boardwalks. Despite the sensitive nature of the topic, the officers maintain a remarkably professional and level-headed tone throughout the encounter. Rather than escalating the situation into a high-drama scene, they focus on documenting the woman's admission and the witness statements provided by the family. Once the footage was released as part of routine public records, it quickly went viral, dividing the internet into two distinct camps. One side argued for the woman's right to perceived privacy, suggesting that her intent was not to cause a disturbance and that the offense was minor given her attempt to cover herself. The opposing side, however, pointed out that public beaches are hubs for families, tourists, and children. From this perspective, the expectation of absolute privacy on a public shoreline is a legal and social impossibility, and the family had a right to enjoy the beach without encountering adult behavior. Legal experts who weighed in on the viral clip explained that these cases are often a gray area of the law, depending on the specific municipal codes and the degree of visibility. Such incidents can range from a simple verbal warning to a misdemeanor charge. In this specific instance, reports suggested that while the event was fully documented for the record, it was not immediately escalated into major criminal prosecution. Often, when an individual is cooperative and shows genuine remorse or a lack of malicious intent, authorities opt for a teachable moment over a courtroom battle. Today, the video serves as a permanent digital reminder of the reality of shared spaces in the 21st century. It highlights an uncomfortable but essential truth. In a world of high-traffic public areas and ubiquitous cameras, the private moment is a fragile concept. Even when someone feels they are isolated, there is a high probability that they are part of someone else's environment. In Tyumen, Russia, a massive avalanche of snow tumbled from the roof of a residential building, barely missing an elderly woman and a child who miraculously escaped without injury. Local residents pointed fingers at the building's management, accusing them of neglecting essential upkeep. Renowned paranormal sleuths in Japan delve into eerie and forsaken sites through their captivating YouTube channel. On this eerie night, they chose to explore a house that had been abandoned for more than 3 decades. Long ago, a tragic event unfolded within these walls as a woman took her own life following a fierce confrontation with the owner of the property. Following that eerie event, the owner vanished without a trace, and their whereabouts remain a chilling mystery to this day. Ever since that fateful day, the house has stood empty, shrouded in mystery as whispers of its haunting keep everyone at bay. Anyway, shortly after the 8 group stepped inside the house, one of them caught sight of something utterly horrifying. Let's dive into the chilling footage.
っていう、うん、だからちょっとお互いその見つけた部屋を調査する。何の音今の？え？何の音？
He heard an eerie sound, and when he glanced up, a horrifying visage loomed down from the ceiling. The man felt a surge of fear, and as he spun around in a hurry, he found himself face to face with emptiness. The eerie visage had utterly disappeared. With a sense of dread creeping in, he made the chilling choice to head upstairs and uncover the mystery lurking in the shadows. What he discovered was absolutely chilling. He stumbled upon a dusty, ancient mirror. As he lowered the camera to take a look below, a chilling sight unfolded. Pale, eerie feet materialized in the mirror, standing ominously right behind him. He spun around in an instant, but found himself alone in that eerie silence. In that chilling instant, the man was gripped by terror and bolted from the house, not daring to glance back. So what's your take on this? Could this house really be haunted, just as so many have said? Or do you have a different theory about what transpired? On January 16, 2026, a traffic stop in Hearst quickly turned into a widely debated incident after a police officer pulled over a driver for speeding in a designated school zone. According to authorities, the driver, identified as Tanisha Thompson, was traveling well above the reduced speed limit put in place to protect children in the area. After stopping her SUV, the officer, who identified himself as Corporal Brandon Morgan, approached the driver's side window and asked for a license and proof of insurance. Thompson handed over the requested documents, and at first, the interaction followed a standard traffic stop. However, the tone shifted as the officer questioned her about the alleged violation and began preparing a citation.
Have your driver's license, proof of insurance with you today? Where y'all heading to this afternoon?
Home.
Coming from?
Why?
Just a question.
It's none of your business.
I'm sorry?
It's none of your business.
Oh, okay.
It is.
Okay. Do you have your insurance?
I'm showing you that.
Any reason for the hurry this afternoon?
I wasn't in a hurry. I didn't even see a school zone.
Oh, there's a flashing signal as you were driving through, directly on the side of the roadway. Can I see your phone? That's good till March. Let me go check on your license. I'll be right back with you. Y'all just stay in the car for me. I just need to get a signature from you. This is not an admission of guilt.
I'm not.
It's a promise. You're not going to sign it? That's fine. I'll just put refuse. I need to get the VIN number on the car real quick. I'll enter that. I'll print you your copy and send you on your way. Where's your registration sticker on the car?
I just bought this car, so I'm waiting for it.
Okay.
Any more questions?
I'm just asking.
Okay. I told
Do you have your bill of sale with the car then?
you. No, I don't.
Okay, you should probably carry that with you if you're not going to display your registration sticker.
Well, I wasn't told that, so you might need to get updated on the laws.
When Corporal Morgan returned to the vehicle to issue the ticket, the situation escalated. Police say Thompson refused to accept the citation and instead threw it out her window. Officers then gave her multiple commands to step out of the vehicle, but she did not comply. Instead, she requested to speak with a supervisor.
All right, here's your copy of the citation. As far as the bill is, you don't want to take it? Well, it's going to take it because it's your citation. That's your citation. That's littering. Step out of the car.
Don't
Yes,
do
ma'am.
that.
Yes, ma'am.
Step
out.
I'm not stepping
Step out. 6,963.
Yes.
Step out.
I'm not
Step out. Step out.
Don't touch
Step
me.
out.
Don't touch me.
Step
Don't
it out.
I'm not stepping
Step
out
out.
of shit. Call
Step
your
out.
motherfucking supervisor.
I am the supervisor.
You're not the supervisor.
Yes, I am.
Call your
I am the
supervisor.
corporal.
A
Step out.
supervisor. I'm not
Step
stepping
out.
out of nothing. Get
Step
your
out.
fucking hand off me.
Step
Get
it
your
out.
hand off me. Get your hand off me. I will step
Step
out
out.
when the supervisor.
I
I'm
am
not
the
stepping
supervisor.
out of nothing.
Ma'am.
Get your hand off me.
Tanisha.
Get your hand
I'm not
off
letting
me.
go.
You littered. You
I
dropped
am
the
not.
ticket, not me.
I put the ticket in
No,
the car
you dropped the
because
ticket,
that's your
not
copy.
me. You dropped the ticket, not me. Get your hands off me.
Take the ticket
you're
and
touching
go.
Me. Give me the ticket. You're touching me forcibly. You're holding me
Because
too tight, and you're being out of line.
you are resisting.
Y'all see this, right?
Sir, I'm sorry.
Stop.
Can she just get the ticket?
No, you stop.
Stop.
Why are you holding my arm like
Because
this?
I gave you the ticket,
No, you
then
did
you
not.
proceeded
You
to throw
dropped
it.
the ticket,
I
not
put it
me.
in your car,
I told you I did
and
not
you
want
proceeded
it.
to throw it out of the
dropped
car.
You dropped it. You're doing too much. I'm not afraid of you. Get
That's
your hand
fine,
off of
but
me.
I've asked you
You're
to step
holding
out of
me
the car.
forcibly for no reason.
Because you need to step
Get
out
your
of the
fucking
car.
hands off
Step
me.
out of the car.
No, what am I stepping out of the car
Is there
for?
anything I can do to get you to comply?
Look, Mom, he just said
To
take the ticket. and we
comply.
get-
You
he
threw
said
the
take
car out of the
ticket.
car.
No, I did not. You did that.
He said
You
take
threw
the
the
ticket
ticket
and
at
we-
me.
I gave it to you so you
threw
could
the
leave,
ticket at
and then
me.
you grabbed it
Okay,
and threw it out.
give me the
It's on
ticket.
your phone video.
Give me the ticket.
It's no,
Give
we're
me the
we're
ticket.
past that.
Okay.
You're under arrest. Step
For
out of the
what?
car, littering.
Okay.
During the incident, Thompson's teenage son, who was inside the vehicle, can be heard pleading with officers as the situation unfolded. The emotional moment added to the intensity of the scene and was later widely shared as part of the video that circulated online.
I understand you're with
Call
your
your
child.
father right now.
Step out of the car.
I'm not.
Step out of the car.
I'll step out when another officer gets here. I'm not
Step
stepping
out.
I don't trust you. You're holding me too strong.
Because
and I don't trust you.
I don't trust
you. Don't
you to
have
not
to hold
leave.
me like I'm not going anywhere. Where am I going to go?
I will stop holding
I'm
you
not
if
gonna
you
go
step out of the
anywhere.
car.
I'm not stepping out of the car.
You need to
Call
step
your
out of the
colonel
car.
And I will get out of the car.
This is
You're
resisting
holding me-
arrest.
I'm not resisting arrest.
Because you're not
what am I
answering
under
my
arrest
order.
For? What am
Littering.
I under arrest for? I didn't litter.
You
did
threw the
that.
ticket out
no,
the
I did
window.
not. You did that. You did that. It's all on camera.
You're
so
correct.
when your colonel gets here, then I will step out. I have my child with me.
I am the
I'm not
corporal.
getting out of. You have a supervisor. Okay.
I am the supervisor
so when
on
your
duty.
supervisor gets here,
He
then
is
I
not.
will step
I am
out
the
of the
highest
car.
ranking
Call
supervisor.
someone else
I don't
to
have
come
anyone
here.
else.
There is someone else.
Not right now.
There is someone
You
else.
need to
Let me
step
call
out of the car.
911.
Stop.
Get your
Stop.
phone.
Please, sir, stop.
Get out.
Wait, stop. Mom, chill
Get
out. Mom,
out.
Wait, stop, sir. Please stop.
Stop. Get
Wait,
out.
Stop. Please stop.
Stop.
Wait, stop.
Get out, man.
Stop, please, stop.
Get out.
Wait, please stop.
Roll over. Roll over.
More to the left. Pull your hand up.
All you had to do is take the ticket and leave.
813, one female detained.
She's in custody.
Thompson was taken into custody and later charged with offenses that included resisting arrest. The incident quickly gained national attention after Thompson posted cell phone footage of the encounter. The video showed the physical takedown, leading to public criticism and questions about whether the level of force used was appropriate. Her legal team argued that the arrest involved excessive force and raised concerns about possible racial bias. Police officials pushed back against those claims, stating that the viral footage only showed part of the interaction and did not capture the full sequence of events leading up to the arrest. The department conducted an internal review and concluded that the officers acted within policy, determining that no disciplinary action was necessary. Thompson's attorney strongly disagreed with that finding, pointing to visible injuries and arguing that the situation did not need to escalate to that level. According to her legal team, the response by officers was disproportionate to the initial violation. Although the department has closed its internal review, the case is not fully settled. Prosecutors are now continuing to examine the incident, and there is still the possibility of civil action moving forward. What began as a routine traffic stop in a school zone quickly became a highly publicized case, raising ongoing questions about police conduct, use of force, and how quickly everyday encounters can escalate under pressure. A man who operates a video game channel captures this chilling content within the eerie confines of his kitchen. He also broadcasts live on Twitch nearly every day, drawing in viewers with this thrilling content. But lately, eerie and unsettling occurrences have begun to unfold within his house. On this eerie night, as he was live streaming and recounting the unsettling events he had been facing, something truly horrifying occurred.
Everybody. So a lot of you guys have been asking about how things are going in the house. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, strange things have been happening. Someone was physically running down the stairs at me. And that kind of stuff happens all the time now. And the hell? Time as utterly terrifying. It is just one of those things. But I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is, and I don't know really what else to do about it. So what I've done is I captured a good few things whilst I've not been posting videos.
The man, filled with terror, bolted from the kitchen and rushed into the living room, yet he kept his live stream going. Not long after, an unsettling event took place. Prepare yourself to dive into the chilling visuals.
So just to show you guys that there's literally nothing here. Sorry, my tripod getting caught on everything. Literally nothing here. Look, see? Absolutely nothing. Oh, sorry, it's just my tripod wire dangling on the floor there. And just to show you as well, oh, this is crazy. Right. Wait a minute. That wasn't... For God's sake, that wasn't even on before. Right, let me try and get set back up here.
The kitchen door erupted into a frenzy of violent shaking, sending chills down the spine. The man cautiously approached, heart racing, but discovered only silence in the shadows. About an hour later, as he sat in the living room recounting the eerie events, something unsettling occurred.
Like, I've never tried to call out before. Apparently, it's a ghostly. Again, I'm not saying I believe in that stuff. I really don't. I really don't. Can you make anything move? Now, from the videos that I've seen online about like white shit flying on the camera a lot, was my air freshener going off automatically. 8 minutes, bargain. Nah, mate. Nah. Nope. I am fucking moving out. I don't know what this is. I don't care what this is. Nope. Just showing you again, ladies and gentlemen, there is nobody else here. Nope. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just like a breeze, wind, but I don't...
The chilling nature of the live capture has led many to believe that the footage is undeniably authentic. The man is now filled with dread, believing that his home might be inhabited by something otherworldly. What are your thoughts? Jean-Marc Boivin accomplished something that has never been done before on February 16, 1990. The French explorer accomplished the first successful base leap from the top of Angel Falls, the world's highest waterfall, which plunges more than 1,000 meters deep into the Venezuelan jungle. Because the expedition was being videotaped for the French television show Où Soit le Magazine, Damas was able to capture the historic moment. The jump was flawless and the landing was under control. However, the tale didn't stop there. The crew went back to Angel Falls the next day, February 17, to record more jumps. Before catastrophe occurred, the situation was similar and the mood was serene. When Catherine, a female base jumper, landed at the bottom of the falls, she sustained injuries. She made it through, but she required emergency assistance. Boivin acted without hesitation, making a choice that was consistent with his personality and expertise. With a first aid package in hand, he got ready for another jump with the goal of getting to her as soon as possible. Everything went awry, not long after he deployed his parachute. Boivin was severely pushed into the rock wall by strong winds that grabbed the canopy close to the cliff face. He fought to retake control while still unconscious, but the terrain did not pardon him. Before he ultimately crashed into the treetops below, he was hurled repeatedly against the cliff. When rescuers arrived, the harm was already done. Soon after, he died from severe internal injuries and enormous blood loss. Jean-Marc Boivin did not pass away while pursuing fame or making a risky endeavor. He died while responding to an emergency, putting himself at danger to save another person. His last leap was motivated by instinct and duty rather than records or cameras. Angel Falls demands respect, even from legends. Additionally, Boivin's passing serves as a sobering reminder that in harsh situations, mastery does not equate to mercy, and that sometimes the greatest price is paid for bravery. Countless eerie and unsettling recordings from the road are making the rounds online, yet this peculiar video stands apart from the rest. What unfolds within is deemed by numerous viewers as genuine and not a mere fabrication, a chilling moment captured by a surveillance camera lurking on the roadside. The chilling scene captures a car lurking in the shadows, biding its time until the road is eerily deserted, ready to make its move. Just when you think it's safe, a motorcycle comes barreling in at breakneck speed, carrying two riders who seem oblivious to the chaos around them. Following that, an unsettling and inexplicable presence emerges. Alright, it's time to dive into the chilling visuals. Following the accident, an eerie black semi-transparent humanoid figure materializes out of thin air, looming ominously beside the two individuals who were on the motorcycle. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. It appears that this eerie figure was only captured on the camera, as it's evident that none of the individuals at the scene were aware of its presence. A multitude of commenters speculated that the figure captured in the footage was a ghost of one of the motorcycle riders. Ultimately, I'll let you be the judge of this. The perilous nature of road and rail crossings continues to pose a daunting challenge worldwide. In a chilling incident in Hanoi, Vietnam, a passenger train met a terrifying fate as it collided with a truck at a railway crossing. The violent collision sent the vehicle tumbling, shattering the cabin beyond recognition. Tragically, one life was lost and another was left injured, while the train's engine and the tracks bore the scars of this horrific event. Bohemian Grove has been mostly hidden from the public for over a century. The Bohemian Club, a private organization established in the late 1800s, owns the remote resort tucked away in Northern California. A small handful of members congregate there for a multi-week encampment every year, a custom that has persisted with minimal media access and little transparency. Not only is the secrecy noteworthy, but so is the attendees. The Grove has welcomed US presidents, military commanders, corporate executives, artists, and prominent people from a variety of industries over the years. According to the club's official description, the event is a place to unwind, take in the scenery, and momentarily put work obligations aside. The cremation of care is a ceremonial act that is one of the most talked about features of the Grove. In front of a big stone owl statue, a symbolic effigy representing worldly stress is burned as part of this documented event, which also includes costumes and theatrical acts. According to the group, the event is artistic and symbolic rather than religious, political, or conspiratorial. But over time, public conjecture has increased. Conspiracy theorists and critics have asserted that Bohemian Grove is a location where decisions about the world are made behind closed doors, or that the iconography represents nefarious purpose. These assertions cover a wide range of topics, from occult rituals to covert policy planning. But it's crucial to remember that no verified evidence has ever supported these views. The majority of claims are supported by interpretation, first-hand recollections, or unapproved video leaks. Curiosity is nevertheless piqued by the lack of transparency. Dancer, a YouTuber, made the decision to enter the Grove even though there were no formal events going on. There didn't seem to be any members in the area. He took some footage of the grounds on his visit, footage that wasn't meant to record a private event but rather the area itself. Keep watching.
Yeah. This is the owl statue. What the fuck? No way. This is fucking cool. Oh, that's hollow. A bunch of ferns have grown on it. Oh, no way. You can go like behind the owl. I got some outlets. It's time to leave this place now.
He even succeeded in filming the interior of one of the unlocked chambers, providing a unique and unvarnished glimpse into a space that is often off-limits to the general public. Although the video was short, it prompted more concerns about what really goes on inside the Grove and contributed to the mystique surrounding the place. Dancer claims that after making this video public, the Bohemian Club sent him an official letter requesting that the video be taken down. He also read the letter out loud in a later video.
Get a letter in the mail from San Francisco, California. Bohemian Club, weaving spiders, coming out here, San Francisco. Dear Mr. So-and-so. It's the real mail, guys. It's crazy. It is our information that, in spite of the private nature of the Bohemian Club, you have made unauthorized entries into the Bohemian Grove, and that while you were on the property, you took unauthorized video recordings of the Grove and events happening at the Grove. We also understand that you have posted these unauthorized recordings on various social media sites.
According to the statement, the club thought he had filmed private property without authorization, conducted unauthorized incursions, and posted the recordings online. He was ordered in the letter to immediately stop distributing the video, delete all recordings, and not return to the premises. Citing infringement of copyright and privacy laws, it further cautioned that the alleged trespassing and publication could result in civil and criminal legal action. The original video was then taken down from its channel. From one angle, the club's reaction is consistent with how many private organizations safeguard their assets and members' privacy. On the other hand, the episode strengthened the public's belief that the Grove is intolerant of outside inspection and unusually guarded, even when it is empty. Depending on how one interprets the scant facts available, Bohemian Grove may eventually signify several things. For some, it's just a secret haven for influential people. For others, the story is in the secrecy itself. This is what is still indisputable. Bohemian Grove is a real place. Access is strictly regulated, and influential people have gathered there. Beyond that, everything is found in the gap between known facts, conjecture, and open-ended questions, a location that keeps drawing people's attention, specifically because it defies easy explanation. A YouTuber named Jazim runs a channel dedicated to delving into eerie and forsaken locations, capturing the unsettling atmosphere of his adventures. In the dead of night, he made the chilling choice to venture alone into the eerie depths of an abandoned residential complex. Yet it wasn't long after stepping inside the eerie structure, unsettling occurrences started to unfold. Take a look.
صورة أطفال. Where are you? سمعت الصوت. في حد؟ Hello? Anyone here? في حد؟
Despite the eerie silence that enveloped the long-abandoned place, Jazim stumbled upon a collection of photos, surprisingly well-preserved amidst the decay. In the images, a young girl appeared, her presence sending chills down the spine. Suddenly, eerie sounds began to echo around him. Jazim ventured deeper into the ominous building, each step echoing in the eerie silence. But what unfolded next was absolutely spine-tingling and haunting. Keep watching.
أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Initially, the space was completely empty. Then, without warning, a chilling, nightmarish visage emerged from behind the garments. Then, it disappeared as suddenly as if it had never existed in the first place. Jazim leaped back in terror. Numerous viewers subsequently observed that the face bore an unsettling resemblance to the young girl in the pictures. Some think that what emerged was far from ordinary and tied to the supernatural. What are your thoughts on this? I won't lie, that figure jump-scared the hell out of me. We moved on to a video that was posted by a YouTuber that you may recognize from the Action Adventure Twins channel. He operates the channel alongside his brother, as the name implies, and the two of them have a reputation for venturing into narrow, hazardous caverns. They are most passionate about it. However, it eventually catches up with you, just like any fixation with risk, because everything went wrong on June 17, 2023. The twins and a buddy packed their belongings and headed to a cave they had never been to before on a soggy evening. It was a new place, unfamiliar terrain, and the kind of challenge they thrive on. Keep watching.
How about it?
Hey, it's drive-by.
Yeah?
Like, God, we can get in.
Heck yeah.
You all want
Alright, let's wait for it.
We can squeeze it.
Yeah, yep.
It's so cool.
Does it go?
Yes.
You don't say.
Their bodies moved slowly and low. As they advanced, stones brushed against their equipment. Bits of loose rock were strewn under their weight, giving them just enough room to creep farther into the unknown.
Whoa, I know it's creepy in here. It's creepy. Creepy. Really sharp in here too. I know. I have knee pads, but I have...
The ceiling was low, the passageways were small, and sharp stone protruded from every direction. Patience was needed for every action. Serious harm could result from a single incorrect twist or a surge of movement. However, Jake made a minor choice at that point, one that would subsequently lead to significant issues.
Yes. It would have been quite the struggle. I'm leaving my phone right here. Oh, I don't blame you. Because that's going to end up breaking. My keys are in my pocket. Really don't want to lose my keys. Looks like a perfect place to lose them. Right? Oh no. And this water's cold.
Jake stowed his keys and phone aside in a slightly drier area off to the side of the tunnel to prevent damage. It appeared clever, transient, and innocuous. However, nothing remains transient for very long in subterranean systems like these.
Ooh, just dip my belly in the water. All right. Yeah. All right. That rain jacket, that frog tongue is gonna be wrecked. Yeah.
The group eventually arrived in a more open space. People were in a good mood. They chuckled, glanced around, and relaxed. They seemed to have plenty of time. Jake wasn't finished yet, though. Jake wanted to go a little further in his scouting, while the rest chose to unwind. He only intended to take a short glance. That was his thought.
So from here, it's a straight ear dipper. Like, oh my God. For like at least 20 feet. It gets bad. It gets really bad. Hold on, let me make sure my helmet can even fit through this. Like, it's that tight. Oh. Oh my God. The water's getting deeper.
Jake continued, cautiously traveling tighter and wetter terrain as water rose down the tunnel sides. However, the farther he traveled, the more difficult it was to go back. The cave was getting smaller. He quickly recognized he was in trouble as the air became heavier.
Oh my gosh. It splits in two. Oh, snap. I gotta go explore this. I mean, it just keeps going. What the heck? Oh my God. What the hell? My one good helmet is done. I gotta get out of here. Oh crap.
His veins raced with panic. He was unable to see his location. He lacked a point of reference. It was strange to be in this tube. There was only damp rock, darkness, and the depressing sense that he had gone too far. No recognizable landmarks, no flare of light behind him. His breathing became labored. His mind raced. He was aware that the others were somewhere behind, but they were now too far away. There was only one choice for Jake: find his way back by himself.
I'm screwed. Hey!
His heart raced. thumping wildly in his throat. His voice echoed into the abyss, a desperate plea for someone or anyone to respond from the shadows. But there was only silence. Only the eerie echo of dripping water and the frantic rhythm of his own breath filled the silence. Chilling water crept around his boots as he stumbled ahead, the darkness closing in around him. Driven solely by primal instincts and a chilling sense of dread,
Hey! Dude, I'm coming, my headlight died!
It's water the entire way.
Is that okay?
Yeah, like hands and knees crawling the entire time.
Did you hear us yelling back to you?
No. Dude, could you hear me yelling?
No, dude, we were starting to freak out a little bit, man. We were like...
That was crazy. Okay, this is a sketchy part too.
We're all the way from that.
All right.
Yeah,
we're clear.
Yeah, plenty of clearance. We were wondering that, man, because you said your lights were low, and we realized 10 minutes after you'd been back there that you had said that earlier.
Stupid to go back there with a low headlamp.
Yeah.
Probably the dumbest thing I could have done.
So would you come back?
With a wetsuit and some lights, yeah. Let me go between one of y'all so that I got some light, you know.
Yeah.
After what seemed like a lifetime, he finally saw it, a flash of light. His companions had remained where they were, waiting for him at the last available spot with headlamps ready. Shaken, drenched, and silent, Jake came out. Something had changed in him as a result of the event. He later acknowledged that it was a wake-up call because danger doesn't always have warning indicators. Occasionally, it appears when you're a bit too sure, a bit too far, and a bit too late. Furthermore, you don't always get another chance when it comes to cave exploration. Fortunately, though, he was lucky this time.
È vivo? Il rider?
Porca puttana.
Non arriveremo mai a dobbiamo scendere.
No, facciamo una mini retro. Oh. Adesso non è che mi sfondiamo là. Ma come ha fatto, ragazzi? È deragliato.
Sì.
Porca miseria, mi sto...
Perdiamo il treno.
In Milan, Italy, a tram suddenly derailed, violently crashing into a building, leaving a scene of chaos and shock. The driver informed investigators that he experienced a medical emergency. However, authorities noted that the vehicle is equipped with a safety feature known as a dead man switch, which is intended to engage automatically if the driver loses consciousness. A chilling investigation into manslaughter has been launched by the police. As of this moment, the official count stands at 2 fatalities and 48 individuals injured, with some in critical condition. This chilling footage was recorded by a CCTV camera positioned outside a home, revealing unsettling events that unfold in the dead of night. As a man sifted through the eerie surveillance footage from the night before, he was jolted by a chilling and enigmatic sight that sent shivers down his spine. Take a look. Suddenly, a ghostly silhouette resembling a person glided past the front of the house. Some might insist it was merely an average individual, dismissing the eerie sight as nothing more than a glitch in the camera's function. Yet, you can observe that all the vehicles and pedestrians moving past the house seem entirely ordinary and distinctly apparent. Aside from this solitary figure, it stands out as the only one that seems to shimmer with transparency. This assures us that the camera is functioning perfectly. What do you think this eerie figure might be? Let me know in the comments. King of Bongo, a YouTuber, has focused his channel on sharing unplanned, unscripted adventures, journeys that don't always go as planned. And in his last days in Paris, he came to the conclusion that the Paris catacombs were the only location that fully captured the city's secret side. There is a huge, approximately 200-mile underground network beneath Paris's streets. These tunnels, which were originally cut as limestone quarries, were converted into what are today known as the Paris catacombs in the late 1700s. Authorities were forced to move the dead underground starting in 1786. 1986 due to overflowing cemeteries. Bones from all throughout the city were moved here over many years, ultimately serving as an estimated 6 million people's final resting place. What started off as a useful answer gradually developed into one of Europe's most eerie locations. King Obongo initially went to the public area of the catacombs, which is the legal zone, but his interest was further piqued by the encounter. He decided to go back the following day and enter the unofficial, illegal portions of the tunnel system, which are distant from guided trails, lighting, and signage, in order to record what most visitors never see.
We're inside the Paris catacombs. Surely the bones can't be much further down now, guys. We've been walking for like 10 minutes, so... We have found the bones. Wow. It's pretty insane to think that each of these would have once been an individual person. There's so many more bones down here than I thought there would be, but I guess there are like 6 million people buried down here. The way the bones are laid out down here is amazing. Some parts just feel like a giant jigsaw puzzle. That skull is pretty creepy.
Equipped with maps, food, drink, torches, and only rudimentary directions, he made his way down into the shadows.
After having this tour, I've definitely decided now that I am going to be going through the illegal part of the catacombs. I think I'll be doing that tomorrow. It's way too late to do today, so I'll see you. We are here, guys. Let's go find the entrance. So on the way in, there's actually some old building here. This was the train station. Maybe that's an old post box or something, or a ticket machine. I'm not entirely sure. This place is so dead. It's just completely vandalised. All the good parts of the train station have been filled in, including the old door, so that's a shame. Anyway guys, let's continue and find the entrance to the catacombs. I think I need to go that way. So let's go there now. That is the way in. We are in the Paris catacombs. Once I got to the entrance, I got speaking to a group of people who were also heading in. They were going to embark on an overnight explore, but opted to take me part of the way in to the first room. Once we arrived, they gave me directions to head back, and this is where things went from good to bad. So guys, I just got a tour of the first room and now I'm heading back. I didn't film too much because many people down here hate tourists filming, so I didn't want to cause any trouble. Anyway, the guys I was with were so helpful and they gave me directions back, so yeah, hopefully it won't be too difficult.
Initially, the exploration felt like everything was under control. He encountered other explorers, called cataphiles, who took him through the first few rooms for a brief time before moving on. At that point, everything started to go wrong as they led him back to the exit. The maps he had been given were no longer accurate. Recent failures and shuttered tunnels made whole portions worthless. He realized something was wrong after a few minutes of driving back alone, since the directions didn't make sense.
It turned out I was wrong about it being easy, as just 10 minutes in, I realised I was slightly lost. So, I know the exit is down there somewhere, but I'm not entirely sure where. Although the group had given me instructions, there were quite a few errors in the translation which didn't make any sense, and the maps that I'd been given were invalid in certain sections due to recent collapses and blocked off tunnels. There's many ways to go. I don't know which one to choose. No idea what that means. I'm seeing this graffiti on the way down, so that means we must be heading in the right direction. Down here somewhere. Let's keep going. Wow. You can't actually go that way, that is insane. I'll be giving that a miss today though. There's little stalactites, whatever you call them, hanging off the wall. That's quite creepy. Some people actually crawl through there to get to other part of the catacombs, but wow. Just to prove I am alone. There's no one here. The people I was with went further, but I headed back. They gave me directions, but they've not worked too well because it was in pretty bad English because of course they are French, so they are not easy to follow, so I'm just going off what I've remembered from the way down. There's a lot of graffiti in this part of the tunnel, so I'm guessing this is close to the exit.
Each tunnel has the same appearance. There was another option at each crossroads: go straight into deeper darkness or to the left or right, and the situation became more dire over time.
We've now been in the catacombs for 2 hours. I've been lost for at least an hour now. So guys, I think I've just accepted that we are lost here, so I'm trying my best to follow the instructions they've given me, but there's thousands of miles of tunnels in here. I recognised where we are a few minutes ago, so if I wasn't lost, I'd say we're only about 5 minutes away from the exit, but I'm lost, so we could be another few hours away. Although I knew I wasn't far from the exit, my mind was full of things that could go wrong.
He spent hours wandering about, following steps that were unfamiliar to him. His torches started to go out. The tunnels appeared to go on forever. Only the sound of distant footsteps and pouring water shattered the stillness. Sometimes it was his own, sometimes it wasn't. Not only was he afraid of being lost, but he was also afraid of what would happen if panic struck if he came across the wrong individuals in an area without assistance.
Bien, merci. Parfois, tu ouvres ça?
Wait, straight.
Forward.
And then you go straight, and then it's like right or left. You go.
Yep.
And qu'est-ce que je pourrais te dire? When you can't go further, it's left.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, man. Merci.
Okay.
Au revoir.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too. So I've just bumped into some other cataphiles down here, and look, they've told me the way out, so I'm going to try and follow these instructions and we should be there soon. Oh, like another bit of machinery there. Whatever that is. This entrance there actually has a door. And it goes a long way down. These tunnels are endless. So I tried following that guy's instructions where he says walk and walk and walk until you can't go any further, but there's just no end, and I know as a fact that I didn't walk that far. So I'm going to go back and try and retrace my steps again, but it's not proving easy. Dead end. We're lost.
Brief meetings with fellow adventurers sparked a glimmer of hope, yet even their guidance ultimately led to chilling dead ends. In the depths of the catacombs, every misstep could lead to dire consequences. Each year, countless individuals failed to grasp the true danger, and some vanished without a trace.
Right, so I've just recognised some markings on the wall that I saw on the way in, about 2 or 3 minutes in. So we are super close, guys, but we're not there yet. I think that's where I need to go. Guys, it's pretty certain that's the exit. After all this searching. Guys, we have made it out. So guys, I'm out now and it feels amazing. I legit thought I was going to be like stuck in there overnight because it was pitch black. I didn't know where I was, I couldn't see much. And to top it off, the batteries in my torches were slowly beginning to die. It wasn't looking good for me, but I genuinely say that was one of the craziest moments of my life. And it's not something I'll forget in a long time. The cat files that gave me the tour as well, they were so useful. Like, I wouldn't have gone that far without them. I didn't think I'd be in there that long. It's now 2:30. I got in there about 11, so that means I've left 3.5 hours, and I'd only planned to spend about half an hour in.
After almost 3.5 hours in the dark depths below, the weight of exhaustion and stress reached an overwhelming climax. Suddenly, eerie symbols emerged on the walls, sending chills down my spine. Ominous warnings he encountered at the start of the expedition. With a sense of dread, he trailed behind them, finally finding the exit and stepping back into the eerie streets of Paris. What started as a brief adventure quickly escalated into one of the most harrowing experiences he would ever face. And although he made it out unscathed, the footage serves as a chilling reminder of the dark secrets lurking beneath the city. Not merely remnants of the past, but a labyrinth where assurance can swiftly morph into confusion, and intrigue can lead to genuine peril. For King of Bongo, the catacombs provided a chilling experience, plunging into the depths of darkness and a thrilling struggle to return to the safety of the light. In Raipur, India, a man finally tossed a lighter into a motorcycle gas tank after receiving a warning against smoking. The consequences were nothing short of explosive. The flames erupted suddenly, a terrifying blaze that threatened to consume everything in its path. Yet amidst the chaos, a brave worker stepped in and extinguished the fire just in time. Fortunately, everyone came out unscathed. The 2 men on the bike attempted to flee but were swiftly caught and apprehended. A man strolled through a park, his gaze drawn to an eerie movement in the branches of a nearby tree. With a rush of adrenaline, he whipped out his phone and began recording, capturing every chilling moment. In an eerie twist of fate, the camera recorded an unsettling phenomenon, something that defies logic. Prepare yourself to dive into the chilling visuals.
This the spot. Nah, come back out. Look, why they be peeking like that? Peeking. Alright, so look, let me know. Nah, come back out. Look, why they be peeking like that? Peeking.
A tiny figure lurks among the branches, and as you peer deeper, you'll realize this being bears an uncanny resemblance to a person. The footage spread like wildfire, sparking intense debate among viewers. Some believed it was genuine, while others were convinced it was just a fabrication. Nevertheless, a majority of the comments indicate that what was witnessed was truly the entity referred to as Duende. So, what are your thoughts on this? For many years, Parma High School, once among Ohio's biggest high schools, served as a representation of development, community, and public education. Thousands of students traveled through its hallways for decades, making memories that went well beyond lockers and classrooms. One of the last glimpses inside the structure before it was totally destroyed is captured in this video by YouTuber Hill. The first high school in the city was Parma High School, which opened its doors in 1921. The need for a bigger and more contemporary facility increased as Parma's music industry grew quickly in the middle of the century. When Parma Senior High School was built in 1953, it eventually enrolled about 2,000 students, and as the neighboring area grew, the number of pupils increased even further. Additions were constructed during the 1970s and 1980s, increasing the overall footprint to almost 300,000 square feet. But things changed over time. The district started to change due to declining enrollment and growing financial strain. In 1968, there were about 26,000 pupils. By 2021, that number had drastically decreased to a little over 9,000. District authorities decided to close and demolish Parma High School and a number of primary campuses in 2023 due to growing expenses, with an estimated $3.2 million in savings annually. The choice caused controversy.
We'll have a work session this Saturday, and residents will be able to make some public comments at that meeting.
Demolish the schools. It's pretty clear that the land's just going to be sitting vacant for years. And me, myself, I'm the ideal demographic that you want to reach out to, and I think this is a terrible idea.
The district could receive funds from the Ohio Facilities Construction Commission to build a new school or restore the building, perhaps up to $250 million. But Parma's superintendent says it's still the best financial move for the district to proceed with the plan to take down the old high school within the next few months.
Certainly we want to study this, but at the same time, all of our study to this point has led us to the conclusion of where we are now.
Given the potential for state assistance through the Ohio Facilities Construction Commission, many locals think the facility could have been refurbished or used for other purposes. Officials insisted that demolition was the most economical choice in spite of widespread objections. Demolition had already started when Hill arrived on the scene. The school had been completely demolished, leaving rubble all over the place, exposed hallways, and shaky floors. Classrooms were completely destroyed. Once crowded with students, courtyards were reduced to rubble. In sealed areas, mold had already started to grow on the walls, and warning signs indicated that potentially dangerous chemicals were still inside the building. The continual presence of security, in addition to the disintegrating surroundings, makes the threat more obvious.
It's already mold grown in this room somehow. Doesn't smell like it though. Security's here. think they saw my lights. Oh, God. There's two of them. Oh, they're looking at the drone. I wonder if that's security or just like people trying to scrap the building. They got in the car as soon as they saw the drone. So it's probably not security. I'm like right there at that window. I'll put a little arrow there. Oh wait, they're moving. Where are they going? Oh, I think they're leaving. Yeah, I think they're leaving. Yeah, they're not leaving. There's two white cars now. That's definitely security. They're circling the building. I might have to make a run for it.
The situation was clearly uncomfortable because security had already been seen earlier.
I gotta be super careful. If all of this just collapsed on me, that would be it. Somebody's down there. Shit. I don't know if those are police or not. Fuck. Hello? Hi. Are you police? No. Oh, okay.
I see you say that.
He appeared to have been found for a few moments. Luckily, it turned out to be only a couple carrying out his precise actions. However, that momentary respite did not indicate that the threat had subsided. There was still a very real chance of getting caught, or worse, there is a real chance of getting caught. It is constant and instantaneous, highlighting how unstable the situation has become. Nevertheless, his curiosity triumphed over his dread. He had no intention of leaving just yet.
Yeah. This was the cafeteria, because here's the kitchen. So after like 40 minutes of trying to find a way to get in here, I don't think it's possible. I think you gotta walk through all that rubble down there. And I really don't want to risk that because there's security driving around here. And I think he saw my light, so that might be it. Unfortunately. Someone's down there. Wow, how did he not get caught?
He encountered another adventurer in person once again. Even while that was much better than running into security or the police, every unforeseen encounter made him freeze, which increased the anxiety and irritated him. He concluded he had seen as much as he could safely after enough near misses. Finding a way out and sneaking off the property undetected was still the hardest part.
I think this is the way out. Yeah, I believe this is the door I came in.
Without being discovered, he was able to slip back to safety. The video never lost sight of the reason he was there though. Despite the anxiety, this was an attempt to preserve a last record of a place that is actively vanishing, not to push the boundaries of spectacle. There is no longer half of it. The remainder is monitored, unstable, and on the verge of being turned to dust. The building would vanish entirely in a matter of days after this recording. This footage, a tense, unfinished, but honest last stroll around a location that influenced generations, is all that's left. Not a celebration of trespassing, but a reminder that history doesn't gradually evaporate once deconstruction gets underway. It frequently falls without anyone realizing it. It's gone. On March 5, 2026, just before 11 p.m., Buffalo police officers were called to an apartment building on Minnesota Avenue in the city's University District after multiple 911 callers reported a serious situation unfolding inside. According to dispatch information, 58-year-old Charles Butler was believed to be in the middle of a mental health crisis and was allegedly threatening people with knives. Emergency medical personnel had initially responded to the call, but quickly relayed urgent information back to dispatch, stating that Butler was holding several individuals at knife point. That update significantly raised the level of concern and led to officers being sent to the scene immediately.
It's in there, like they're locked in their room.
Okay.
But he done lost his mind.
Okay.
He's either bipolar, schizophrenic. Okay. I unlocked the front door. He should be right here in the front room.
Well, if it's unlocked, watch out. Let us go first.
Okay, I'll open the front door. There's another door you can go in.
Okay. Has he got any weapons with him? Do you got any weapons with him? Or you don't know?
He doesn't supposed to, sir.
Alright. When I call, I say you do.
Right here.
What's his name?
Yo.
What's his name?
DC.
DC! Back up.
Just come on out for a minute.
Give me room, give me room. Watch out. Open the door!
Open the door. We're gonna kick the door in.
We're gonna kick the door in.
Who's in there with her?
It's just him?
Yeah, you know.
Alright, can you go that way? Go that way, go that way.
When police arrived, they attempted to make contact with Butler from outside the apartment. Officers gave repeated commands for him to open the door, but he refused to comply. With reports that people inside could be in immediate danger, officers made the decision to force entry into the apartment.
I've been standing here talking to him. Nobody has a knife? In that room.
Call the FBI. My name is Charles Butler.
Hey man, is that if we open the door?
Call the FBI.
Okay. What's his name?
Charles Eugene Butler.
Eugene Butler.
Yo, what's his name? Charles Eugene.
You got the key? Give us the key.
George Eugene Butler.
You got a key? Call the FBI.
My man, open the door so we can talk to you.
Are you the FBI?
Too many keys to go to figure out what.
How do you know you have a knife?
This is upstairs in their bedroom. They just called me and woke me up and said, "You got a knife."
I will open the door for the FBI.
Alright, we the FBI.
FBI's here. Open the door. Slide your bag underneath the door.
Somebody said, I don't know, on the radio.
What's that?
This.
Slide your bag
underneath the jaw. I ain't got a bag. Sir, I know you ain't got a bag. You ain't the FBI. You are a drug dealing cartel. I'm terrorist. I know you ain't got no bag. Listen. Yeah, right. Playtime over. Let's go. Stop. Drop it. Drop it. Drop the knife.
Shots fired.
Go. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down.
Get the knife.
Hey, there's one right here. One right here.
Alright,
get some gloves. Start idiot. I got gloves.
Hey, Gary, tell your mark, come in. Tell your mark,
come in. Frank, you good?
Get him in the car. Get him in the car.
Once the area was safe, both officers and paramedics began providing emergency medical care. They worked to stabilize Butler at the scene before he was transported to Erie County Medical Center. Despite those efforts, Butler later died from his injuries at the hospital. Authorities later stated that Butler had recently moved to Western New York and had a prior history of violent offenses in other states. Investigators are working to understand the full context of the incident, including what led up to the emergency call and the events inside the apartment before police arrived. As a standard procedure in officer-involved shootings, the officers involved were placed on administrative leave while the case is reviewed. The investigation is being handled both internally by Buffalo Police Department and externally by the New York State Attorney General's office, which is required to review such incidents under state law. What began as a call for help involving a mental health crisis quickly escalated into a deadly confrontation, highlighting the challenges officers and first responders face when dealing with unpredictable and rapidly evolving situations. This chilling body camera footage from Florida, recorded in 2025, captures an officer in pursuit of a suspect when an eerie and unexpected event unfolds.
Stop, please! Stop! Hey! Ow! Ow! Get him out! Ow! Ah!
The police canine that was summoned surprisingly turned its attention towards the officer rather than the suspect, with some viewers suggesting that the officer's sudden movement in front triggered the unexpected chase. That must have been incredibly painful. Police body camera footage has captured the harrowing and final confrontation with the man responsible for a mass shooting that devastated Austin's premier nightlife district on the morning of March 1, 2026. The footage provides a visceral high-definition look at the moment the suspect, identified by the Austin Police Department as 53-year-old Ndiaga Diagne, raised a rifle and fired directly toward approaching officers at the intersection of West 6th Street and West Avenue. Within seconds, 3 officers returned fire with precision, and the violent chain of events that had terrorized the West 6th Street area finally came to a definitive end. However, by the time this confrontation occurred, the damage to the community was already catastrophic. To understand the scale of the tragedy, investigators have meticulously reconstructed a timeline that began approximately 1:58 a.m., just as the bars were preparing for the last call rush. A black Cadillac SUV registered to Diagne was seen on Halo surveillance cameras driving southbound on Rio Grande Street. As the vehicle pulled alongside the crowded sidewalk outside Buford's backyard beer garden, the driver suddenly opened fire through the driver's side window with a semi-automatic handgun. The sudden rhythmic burst of gunfire sent dozens of people, many of them college students enjoying a weekend night out, scattering in a quick pace for cover. People ducked behind parked cars, dove into the entryways of nearby venues, or simply froze in a state of absolute cognitive dissonance, struggling to process the sound of live rounds in a space usually reserved for music and laughter. Tragically, several people were struck in this initial drive-by assault, which focused on the densest part of the sidewalk. Rather than fleeing the district to evade capture, the Diagni continued driving westbound on 6th Street before parking his vehicle near the intersection of West 6th and Wood Street. Surveillance and dashcam footage from a nearby parked vehicle captured the next chilling phase of the attack. Diagni stepped out of the SUV, now armed with a much more formidable weapon, a powerful AR-15 style rifle. Carrying the rifle openly and with a haunting lack of urgency, he began walking back toward the nightlife strip. One surveillance clip shows him raising the rifle toward a pedestrian who happened to be walking nearby. In a moment that was incredibly tense, but ultimately miraculous, he did not pull the trigger, and that pedestrian managed to escape the encounter unharmed. As 911 calls flooded the emergency dispatch center, officers from the Austin Police Department (APD) and medics from Austin Travis County EMS rushed toward the scene with remarkable speed, arriving within just 57 seconds of the first report. The environment they entered was a nightmare of sensory overload. High-energy music continued to blare from the open-air bars while panicked, screaming crowds surged through the streets in every direction. Witnesses, acting with incredible bravery despite the danger, began pointing toward the shooter's last known position. At approximately 2:03 a.m., 3 officers finally located Diagni near West Avenue. When he spotted the officers, he did not surrender. Instead, he opened fire on them, initiating the gun battle seen on the body cameras. The officers responded immediately in a swift motion, discharging their weapons and striking the suspect multiple times. He was pronounced deceased at the scene shortly after medical assistance was requested. The investigation into Diagni's background revealed he was a 53-year-old resident of Pflugerville and a naturalized citizen who had emigrated from Senegal. While APD had virtually no prior criminal contact with him, deeper record searches showed that in 2022, another law enforcement agency had performed a welfare check on him due to severe concerns regarding his mental health. Furthermore, because of the nature of the attack, the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force was called in to assist. Investigators discovered social media posts and specific clothing on the suspect, including a sweatshirt with the words "Property of Allah" and an Iranian flag design. That suggested a potential ideological motive or a nexus to international terrorism, though a definitive conclusion on his specific grievances is still under federal review. The true human cost of the night became clearer as the sun rose over Austin. A total of 19 people were struck by gunfire during the rampage. 2 victims were pronounced dead at the scene: 21-year-old Savitha Shan, a bright and promising student at the University of Texas at Austin, and 19-year-old Ryder Harrington, a former Texas Tech University student and beloved member of its fraternity. A third victim, 30-year-old George Pedersen, a professional mixed martial arts fighter originally from Minnesota who had moved to Austin just 2 weeks prior to start a new chapter of his life, passed away at the hospital on Monday, March 2, after his family made the heart-wrenching decision to take him off life support. Several other victims remained hospitalized for weeks, with at least 1 individual listed in critical condition during the early stages of a long and difficult recovery. In the aftermath, the Austin Police Department publicly released the body camera footage and surveillance recordings to provide transparency about the timeline and the officers' actions. The footage shows pieces of the terrifying sequence, from the suspect's cold walk through the streets with a long gun to the final lethal exchange with law enforcement. The officers involved have been widely praised for their courage and their swift motion in neutralizing the threat before even more lives were lost in the crowded district. Nevertheless, the emotional impact on the Austin community continues to linger like a shadow over the city's famous entertainment scene. For the many people who watch these videos online or who witness the chaos firsthand, the footage serves as a haunting and permanent reminder how quickly an ordinary weekend night can turn into life-changing tragedy. A terrifying gas explosion obliterated a cafe in Shouchensk, Kazakhstan, unleashing a raging inferno that left 28 individuals injured. 13 individuals are still in the hospital battling severe burns. At this moment, the count stands at 7 lives lost, with the majority being staff members. In a tense and gripping scene, firefighters bravely extracted 7 gas and oxygen cylinders, working swiftly to avert any potential explosions that could escalate the danger. A chilling turn of events has led authorities to launch a criminal investigation into the incident. Check out this chilling occurrence from Guangzhou, China. A a truck loaded with 2,400 liters of liquid paraffin suddenly burst into flames, causing the paraffin to spill from the vehicle and cascade off the bridge. A truly shocking and surreal scene. I was completely unaware that paraffin could ignite so easily. It could be a mistake in translation, but I'm not entirely sure. On a chilling day in Omaha, Nebraska, February 24, 2026, the atmosphere was thick with suspense. The sudden and terrifying failure of a roadway left two drivers in urgent peril, demanding a swift and dramatic rescue effort. Both were yanked from their vehicles by onlookers and emerged unscathed. Authorities sealed off the area, revealing that the roadway collapse was triggered by a break in an underground water main. This chilling footage from a CCTV camera recorded 8 years ago in the Erie Nanpan province of Thailand is sure to send shivers down your spine. The chilling footage was captured from a waterside restaurant. Everything appears to be just fine. Imagine an 80-meter or 262 feet long barge trying to pass under a bridge only to collide with it, leading to a catastrophic collapse of the entire structure. The sheer shock of the moment is enough to send chills down your spine. It's wild how it seemed like the barge just halted out of nowhere, but that's not the case. The operator reported a chilling moment when the engine suddenly cut off, leaving the rudder eerily unresponsive. Suddenly, the barge crashed violently into the pillar. There were no injuries or fatalities reported. In 1907, at the height of the state's gold rush, the Goldfield Hotel originally opened. It was regarded as one of the most opulent hotels in the area at the time, serving affluent tourists, business people, and notable individuals passing through the quickly expanding mining town. However, the structure soon developed a darker reputation beneath its exquisite exterior. The hotel was linked to a number of violent occurrences, inexplicable deaths, and suspected suicides over the years. Tales that as time went on only became more unsettling. The Goldfield Hotel closed permanently in 1945 and was abandoned when the surrounding community began to deteriorate. As a result, the legends attached to its walls started to take on a life of their own. A video that was taken years after the Goldfield Hotel's closure would later make it notorious throughout the world. The Ghost Adventures team captured what looked to be a brick violently launching across a room during an initial examination, reportedly for no apparent reason. The video went viral on the internet and became one of the most talked about paranormal videos at the time.
Okay, we hear you. We hear you, and we don't think that you're a very nice spirit because you're making noises, you're throwing but we have no fear of you. Okay? We have absolutely no fear of you.
Do you want me to go?
Is that you? Making all that noise?
This is the room. What room? What are you talking about?
Is that you making all the noise? Holy oh my god! Holy stop! Stop! Is that you making all the noise? Holy oh my god! Holy stop! Stop!
could we run from something that we've been trying to capture for months? There are limits beyond our own cognitive control that we cannot withstand no matter how brave you are.
The video generated a great deal of attention and discussion, compelling both the paranormal community and skeptics to pay attention. Regardless of whether viewers thought it was produced or otherworldly, that one documentary had a huge influence. The Travel Channel picked up Ghost Adventures as a complete television series as a direct result of the Goldfield Hotel investigation, turning what started out as an independent initiative into one of the most well-known paranormal shows in television history. The show grew into dozens of seasons, foreign investigations, and spin-offs over time. The show changed from being a cult documentary to a long-running franchise when it moved to Discovery Plus in 2021. Whatever your stance on the paranormal, the Goldfield Hotel footage continues to be a pivotal moment for both the building's legend and the contemporary era of broadcast ghost hunting. In the heart of Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, Tahrir Square became the site of a somber and massive gathering that would soon be documented in a viral, deeply unsettling video. Thousands of spectators converged on the public space to witness a court-ordered execution, a scene that stands as a stark reminder of the diverse and often harrowing ways justice is administered globally. The individual at the center of this grim event was 41-year-old Mohammed al-Maghrabi. According to judicial records, al-Maghrabi has been convicted of the abduction, rape, and murder of a 3-year-old girl, a crime so heinous it sent shockwaves of grief and fury throughout the entire nation. The brutality of the act against such a vulnerable victim sparked widespread demands for the ultimate penalty. On June 27, authorities carried out the sentence in the public square, a practice reserved in certain regions for crimes deemed to have profoundly violated the social fabric. Footage from the scene captures the heavy presence of security forces who established a perimeter around the execution site. Al-Maghrabi is shown being led to the center of the square, eventually positioned on a rug while restrained. The most striking aspect of the recording is the composition of the crowd. Standing behind iron barriers, thousands of people, including families with young children, watched in near total silence. In Yemen, such public displays have historically been utilized as a powerful, albeit controversial, deterrent intended to communicate the severe consequences of capital crimes. When the moment arrived, a police officer armed with an AK-47 stepped forward. In a swift motion, the officer carried out the execution, firing several shots into the convict's back as he lay face down. The silence of the square was broken by a sudden wave of applause from sections of the crowd, including the distraught relatives of the young victim. Speaking to reporters in the immediate aftermath, the child's father described the event as a painful but necessary form of closure. He expressed that while the loss of his daughter had shattered his world, seeing the sentence carried out provided the first genuine sense of justice he had experienced since the tragedy began. This event was particularly significant as it marked one of the first major public executions in Sana'a since the Houthi movement assumed control of the capital in 2014. The protracted conflict in Yemen has severely disrupted many state institutions, yet the judicial system under Houthi control has continued to utilize public capital punishment for high-profile cases that shocked public opinion. When the video began its rapid circulation across international social media platforms, it ignited a fierce global debate. Many viewers view the footage as a visceral example of a legal system responding with uncompromising horror to an unthinkable crime. Conversely, human rights organizations and international observers questioned the psychological impact of such public spectacles on the community, particularly the youngsters in attendance. Today, the recording remains a haunting artifact of the intersection between traditional justice, modern conflict, and the raw emotional demands of a grieving society. Thanks for watching. Stay vigilant, friends.